in any case, there's a lot there. Let's blast off and let's get it twisted, because like I don't really have too much other than just I don't really have too much off camera shit going on in my life, if we're being real, because like everything I do is on camera for you guys, you know. Back in LA, going to Cuba, question mark, UBC was lit. Icebacks down in Minneapolis, AOC in Munich. Is she running? Clavicular Mogs NYT and more. Another op is down. Another op is down. Freaky Friday. Get in now. Libs got no emotion right now. Even TikTok libs aren't taking the bait for this shit. Yeah, it's pretty funny that like liberals have just like bubbled themselves. Like, liberals that are specifically on Twitter are some of the most like rabid centrist K-hivers. And I get it. Like, I'm on Twitter. You have to be a little mentally ill to be on Twitter, right? And I am one of those people, right? So, I'm one of those mentally ill people. So I kind of understand the mental illness that the K-hivers have as well. But it's really funny because like they have no fucking motion in the real world, right? Like they can brigade, they can go crazy. But like it's very clear that the base of the party is with us. And I'm not just talking about people who are like card carrying Democratic Socialists of America, right? Or even beyond. I just mean like people that have a lot of discontent with business as usual politics on the Democratic Party side. People who are just frustrated with the Democrats and need something more and want something more from the Democrats. Like that's just the overwhelming majority. The overwhelming majority of Democrats, like the Barbers and the Debras in the suburbs, genuinely are just like screaming bloody murder. They want more. They want to really fucking kick the Republicans' asses, and people that are just like so conciliatory at the top of the party towards Republican agenda items are seen as ops as well. And that's where we're at, but these liberals are still posturing nonstop. They're still going crazy over it for no reason. They're blowing bubbles on my dick. I don't know why. They're dick eating. They're dick riding. They haven't stopped dick riding. They really need to stop dick riding, honestly. But speaking of dick riding, you know, there's a couple clips from the Canadian experience, 2 shorts that have come out so far on my YouTube page and on my Instagram too. You know, I'll start off by saying this, okay? I always forget that like Canadians, like their starting point is social democracy. And therefore they probably are in line with my worldview, a lot closer to my worldview than the average American is. So for me, when I encounter a situation like that, I'm still confused by it because I'm like, damn, I don't have to like I don't have to make an appeal to why at least incremental gains in the direction of social democracy is a good thing, because like you already live in a system where you see it, right? I mean, it's getting taken away, but you get it. Whereas like in America, even in the most woke crowd, there can always be naysayers because they just don't understand it. They've never experienced it. They don't understand it. They think it's a bad thing, potentially. It's fucking crazy. Anyway, so after getting all of this like tremendous amount of shellacking from these echo-chambered centrist libs, you know, I don't expect there to be a lot of fanfare when I enter a room like this, right? So it's always like a shock to me. Maybe my chat keeps me too modest, or maybe it's because of, like I said, my constant interaction with hatred and negativity and toxicity online that creates a false interpretation in my mind. Guys, I might have butchwear on, but if you guys are going to be really annoying about me having butchwear on, I'll be honest, like I probably won't do it, because this is like my biggest fear in this community is like the annoying guys who are the loudest guys usually are always the third party guys. Okay. Like I please, you will literally stop me from having butch on if you keep posting like this, okay? Please stop. He's Green Party. He's running for governor. He's an interesting guy. You know, just please stop. Please. Everyone has been spamming it this morning. I know. No, I think you were so sexy, dude. Honestly, I found you so attractive as a gay guy. Thank you, chatter. Okay. Anyway, where was I? So yeah, like I said, my expectation is never the link to those boots. The boots I was wearing are YSL. They're like the most classic YSL boots. I had them for years. One of my best cops, I'll be honest. Very expensive, but you know, I put them shits through the dirt all the time. So we're going to be talking about one of my favorite subjects to discuss. According to all my naysayers, including the CIJA, I believe. I don't know if they're in the room right now. Sorry, I'm sorry that you guys couldn't stop me from coming to Vancouver, but I'm gonna be talking about one of my favorite subjects, according to my haters, which is America Bad. I think a lot of Canadians have learned that lesson if they weren't aware of this concept, except for the Albertans, that America is, as a matter of fact, somewhat of a parasitic force in the global New World Order. And it was actually one of my only failed predictions of 2025 when I thought that Pierre Poilievre, am I saying that right? Poilievre? Doesn't matter. This college campus is so woke, you don't even... Anyway, one of those guys that's usually, well, I guess he wasn't really, but usually the Conservative Party from where we're standing in America always tries to be American for some weird reason. And I guess because of Donald Trump, that really backfired spectacularly last election cycle for you guys. And I thought he had a real shot, until I found out that Canadians do value dignity and sovereignty and don't want to be annexed by the United States of America. You're getting a lot better at public speaking. Guys, up until the last moment that I walked out those doors, I had no idea what I was going to say. And I know I'm not lying, because you saw me on stream when I found out that my speech that I was supposed to deliver was 15 minutes long. And that was a crazy revelation. Here, this is how it starts, right? Hold on. The entire place was packed. I could not believe it. And there's like a monitor that I was checking in the corner of my eye. I had no nose whatsoever. I came up there and I just locked in, Ultra Instinct. And many people are saying it's my best performance. So I pulled a Trump. I just turned into Trump. I turned it up. I bobbed and I weaved, March POV at the end. That's crazy. Did you do Toastmasters in high school? Hassan, do you usually rehearse any of these? No. I don't think you guys understand. My rehearsal is the 8 hours of 8 hours of live broadcasting that I do. And honestly, doing it with chat basically is like doing it with training weights on. So when I don't have chat, I can just yap even harder. Okay? Not gonna lie, bro. If you fuck with your notes app more, you would actually be unstoppable. No shame in honing the craft. Yeah. I mean, after I was able to crack a couple jokes and realize that it's a very receptive audience and they loved it, I was like, oh, it's my scene. This is pretty funny too. Apparently, while I was doing that, this is what these fucking guys were doing. The end of Hassan Piker. It's so funny. Like, I don't understand how the internet has created this universe. The internet has created this fucking universe where you can just totally be bubbled in an alternative reality and it doesn't matter. It's an alternative reality. Like, and liberals, for the most part, are the ones who are always looking for consensus reality. And I genuinely thought that they had a real interest in like making correct assessments. And it turns out the same like sectarianism that existed between the liberals and the left broadly together and the Republicans also certainly exists with this like blue MAGA contingency that's forming. Because while that was happening, while these people were like celebrating that I'm done, my career is over, which is something that I thought only like pedophilic lolicon enjoyers that are MAGA would say on the internet. It turns out, no, there are plenty of fucking centrist libs like blue MAGA who also feel this way, who are also like huffing on their own farts and going, oh, we did it. We took him out. Like this is 1000% the end of Hasanabi Piker. His career is over. It's done. Destiny was there too with the Unfuck America tour or some shit. Wait, no shot. Destiny was on the same college campus. It's not even Unfuck America. He was? Wait a minute. Today, both Uncensored America and Unfuck America were hosting events during the same time slot at the same campus. Unfortunately for Destiny, omni-liberal, he has serious troubles drawing out crowds. At least his good friend Myron Gaines doesn't seem to have that same problem.
Uncensored America.
Yeah, that's...
This looks like there's gonna be...
Oh my god, so many more. I didn't even see
so many more.
Oh no.
No, hold on.
Dude, it's probably, the line is probably... oh my god, there's people on the second floor.
Is that a line? That's not a line. That's people
I don't
up
even
there.
know. Yeah, first of all, I actually don't even know if he's accepting debaters. He might. I thought it was just a speech. And second of all, there's so many people here. I bet if you want to go up, it'd be like
okay,
a
well,
third.
No, I don't think this is UBC. This has got to be a different campus. So they were doing dueling events or something. I guess they were doing dueling events at like a different college campus. Oh no. Is South Carolina? Oh no. Oh my god, brother. No shot. Dude, fuck. Oh, dude. Okay, low key though. I'm the Chad UBC frat alpha that event mogged both the Unfuck America tour and the Uncensored America tour. Low Kirkentually, I straight up event mogged both of them, crowd mogging both of these fools. Didn't even know that they were doing shit. What was that huge ass crowd then? That was for Uncensored America, which is Myron Gaines' like, I don't know, Holocaust denialism tour or something. I don't fucking know. Your cortisol low, their cortisol's off the charts. Yeah, I was crowd mogging while they were jester gooning. I was mewing. I was fucking mewing, dude. Cortisol levels are through the roof for these guys. Especially was just urinating while you were mog maxing. Yeah. Anyway, booth cells can't hold up to the lectern chads. How long was this before Pestany started his talk? I hate the guy, but let's not be misleading. I love whenever people say I hate the guy. Let's not be misleading. But it's always funny because like the people that say stuff like that are saying stuff like that because they're like just right there. They're like debate guys. You know what I mean? Like, okay, apparently as soon as it started, 5 people showed up. So there's that.
Are you okay with under the idea of the rule of law that these people are going to go away without being prosecuted or any sort of like retribution or anything like that?
Okay, that's pretty good. A Hassan fan got arrested for defending himself? What do you mean? Hassan, I would have given you my BC services card for $100. You missed out. A Hassan fan debated him and then later got pushed on camera and he fought back, but he was arrested, not the aggressor. What the fuck?
Dude, actually,
wait, is that the Hassan fan?
all you do is you said
Is that the Hasanabi head? Come on, bro.
you literally would cower instead of standing up for your values. You're a fucking pussy, bro. How about you hit the fucking gym and some fucking bitches? Bro, look at your arms. You're a bitch. Whoa,
Don't fight.
whoa.
Oh, shit. Oh, so this guy pushes. That's the Hasanabi head. Is that who it is? That's the Hasanabi head. This guy pushes him and he just fucking claps back.
You're a bitch. Whoa.
You're a bitch.
Whoa.
Is that what happened? It's a little embarrassing, but you know, not gonna lie, the Hasanabi head was coming a bit too hot. I don't know. That's what they're saying. I don't give a shit. Anyway, is it even known he's a Hasanabi head? I mean, that's what this fucking account is saying, but these guys lie all the time, so I don't know. The Soundpiker fan that debated Destiny 30 minutes ago got in a fight and then got arrested. I like that when they can't do anything about me, they'll be like, well, one of these people that was there is a fan of yours and he got arrested. So I think we'll just use that as a point. He didn't say you're a fan. They said, oh, they're just saying he's a fan for no reason. That's not surprising. He said he wasn't a Hassan Piker fan. I watched it. Classic liars. You know what? Fuck it. I'll take him. I'll take him under my wing. I mean, that's not a bad form for the karate kick. You know, boom, boom, boom. He pieced him up real quick. He asked Destiny about you. That's why they labeled him as one. Oh, he is a Hasanabi fan. You said yesterday lying is OP. Yeah, it's really funny. These guys will just like do anything and everything. Meanwhile, in my community, there's motherfuckers who are like, well, excuse me. Was there no one at the Destiny booth, or was there 5 people at the Destiny booth? Like, there's motherfuckers in my community that are like, I hate the guy, but let's be serious here. Meanwhile, on the other hand, they'll be like, hey, this guy that was sig heiling on campus is actually a massive Hasanabi head, and we should spread this far and wide. Like, on the other side, they have no editorial standards when it comes to shit like this. You know what I mean? Like, white people don't fight. They have tussles, engaged in fisticuffs. Yeah, I don't know what this is about. I didn't even know that these guys were doing a tour. Anyway, where was I? What was I talking about? Oh yeah, so we were talking about like the alternative reality that people live in the alternative reality that people basically live in on the internet, and like how people delude themselves into this like misinformation cycle, even though like you know, objectively looking at certain things, like if you were to actually even look at the other side, right? If you would even peek at the other side situation, in this circumstance, my side, you would recognize that like the way that these guys have presented the reality that like everyone is actually mad at me and everyone is saying like, fuck Hassan, he hates the Democrats, his like politics career is over, or whatever the fuck. It could not be further from the truth, right?
So please join.
So while this person, these fucking dumbasses on the timeline, you know, these dumbasses on the timeline are like celebrating. They're like, his career is fucking over. And I was oblivious to it. This is what was going on in Vancouver.
In welcoming Hassan Piker.
I bet Thomas Friedman didn't get that kind of reception. Yeah, I was jester maxing. Why were they saying your career is over? Is it still about the third party thing? Yes. And tomorrow it'll be about something else. Like, if they can't find anything that they can clip out of context or deliberately misunderstand, professionally misunderstand, they'll still turn around. They'll still turn around and make up something, right? Like they'll be like, oh, a Hasanabi head got into a fucking fight and then got arrested, like they're doing right now, right? So that's just what it is. Like these guys are deeply unserious, very pathetic overall. And have no emotion in the real world. So I need to explain to you. I need to explain to all of you that are watching. I know we look at a lot of negativity on the internet, but the real world is very different. You are not alone, okay? These guys, I think, want to stigmatize our worldview. They want to make it seem like our worldview is actually not as popular as it is. They want to make it seem like our position is like totally alien to the masses. It's not the case, right? That's not the case at all. So let them chirp on Threads, let them chirp on Blue Sky, let them chirp on Twitter. But in the real world, that's not the case. I mean, you have a situation now where 33% of the base of the Democratic Party self-ID as Democratic Socialists. That's precisely the reason why they're trying to fucking put the brakes on this to the best of their ability, right? Like, that's it. And I tweeted this. I said, dealing with this website every day, I forget exactly how much this movement has grown over the years in the real world, right? And of course, people were very frustrated with that. Where they're like, "What do you mean? What movement? Fuck you, whatever." But it doesn't matter. Like, same thing for like me going to Cuba. They'll be like, I'll be like, "Oh, I'm gonna go to Cuba." And then half of the people that were like, Hassan never leaves his house will be like, oh, he's only leaving his house because he's going to get on a yacht. He only leaves his house to go to Cuba. I hope they kill him. They at the Treasury Department. They'd be like, hey, the Treasury Department, this is illegal. This guy's a terrorist. Can you please lock him up? Like, they just don't have any real political ambitions. Like, they are purely reactionary, and not even reactionary as like a political ideology. They're purely reactionary. Yeah, look, fake performative activist does fake performative activism. Like, anything but getting shot in a battle against like the fascist forces. These guys probably are still going to say like, oh, you're not doing anything serious. You're not you're just doing fake. You're just doing fake performance. When you get your ass kicked by Cubans in Miami, please, for the love of Christ, do not tell them they're gusanos who are all former plantation owners and torturers under Batista. Like all the Baptista. Gavin Newsom or bust says this. Okay? Like there is nothing, bro, this is so fake. This is so fake. DOD, hope they blow up your boat. Cuba is an illegitimate communist dictatorship and no normal relations can be had with them as such. Like, no, if you got shot in a battle, they yell at you for endangering the people around you. Yeah, like, they're just fucking ridiculous. And I get that from the left flank too. Lol, this bitch is scared of going to Cuba, but now for clout, he's willing to take the risk. Just goes to show how all the flotillas are just hopeless gimmicks by Western leftists. I said, yes, the situation is dire now. And even though the risk is larger, I'm taking it. What's your solution other than posting about how much you hate America? Motherfucker said Baptista. Like everything that these guys are interpreting is always from that same negative perspective. The reason why I'm saying all of this, the reason why I'm looking at all this is because you have to understand, like, they're haters. You will always have haters, There's always going to be people that say, oh, you're doing performative activism. You're doing this for clout. You're doing that for clout. Fuck it. Ultras will come after me. Look at the paid Dem promoters timing an attack on you indirectly by astroturfing on Reddit. Yeah, white people Twitter. If Newsom's the nominee for sure, but now is not exactly the time to discuss this. Yeah, I don't think this stuff is as poppin' as you think it is. I think a lot of people are just like, I don't like Gavin Newsom. Like, I think the average Democrat is like, I don't like Gavin Newsom. He was hanging out with Charlie Kirk. He was hanging out with Ben Shapiro last week. He said Gaza's not doing a genocide. He said his ICE position was wrong. Like, you got to give people a little bit more credit. I think these guys are trying to create a totally separate alternative universe on the internet to the best of their ability. But I don't think a lot of people love Gavin Newsom and are just like ride or die Fedayeen for Gavin Newsom. I think they're just trying to use what I said to be like, oh, well, if he's threatening third party, he's like fucking not a Democrat. You should stop associating with him. Like their goal is to try and their goal is to try and get the Democratic electeds to not come to me and address not just me, but like who I as a singular individual and as this community represent. Because the reality of the matter is we do represent a movement that is within the Democratic Party, at least, and outside of the Democratic Party as well. I mean, yes, Israel is another one of these reasons as well. A lot of these guys are, for one reason or another, super pro-Israel. I don't exactly understand why, but that's all this is. Yeah, organizer memes is so funny, by the way, because I want more fighting in my replies today. Here's my personal 2028 tier ranking, blah, 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 all this shit. It is pretty funny, though. Like I said, I called his ass out because what I said is 100% correct. He tried to make it seem like, oh, I've only watched like 10 hours of your stream in the past. He is a diehard, or was a diehard Hasanabi head. He was one of you motherfuckers. Okay? He was one of you motherfuckers. And then he started working for the Kamala Harris campaign. And as soon as he got a smell of the bag, okay? As soon as he got a brief fucking touch of the bag, as soon as he touched it, he was like, this socialism shit, I'm still going to act like I'm, affiliated, but like, I'm not super invested in it. And it's very frustrating to me because it's like, bro, what good are you if you're going to fucking be a regime loyalist and like constantly left bash? Like, have some fucking decency. You're from this community. Like, I see a sense of responsibility here to a certain degree where like, how the fuck do you go from that to being like, yeah, actually, I'm just like totally just a DNC guy now. I know you have to pay the rent, but have some fucking backbone, right? Have some backbone. I still believe in him. People will yell at me, but I still believe in him. I hope that, he can use his newfound influence within the ranks of the Democratic Party to organize more, make memes more, organize your meme folder, and also try to move the Dems internally in a more reasonable direction, and not just like wait for the outside pressure to kick in so you can be like, I was there the whole time. You understand? You're very charitable. I mean, you are the Schrodinger's cat of milk and politics for content at home, and you actually organize that you're a performative grifter, you will never win with them over because you're antagonistic to their worldview as the totem of the left, as an ideological critique, not genuine for what you do. Are you talking about D still? No. What? Sex Pestiny? No, I'm not talking about Sex Pestiny. I'm talking about someone totally different. What is this? Why won't people vote for Gavin Newsom right now has become the official meme, it seems. Like is taking on a new life of his own. Gavin Newsom is also crashing on Poly Market. I'm not going to take credit for this. Okay? I hate Poly Market in general, and I'm not going to take credit for this crash. I think it's more so just like AOC speaking at the Munich conference, and that's part of the reason why that plays a much larger role here. But like, you know, it kind of feels like a lot of people are shaky on Gavin Newsom. It is almost 3 years out from the fucking election, so let's pump the brakes here. Let's pump the goddamn brakes here. Even the soulless people are on your side, Stitch.
Aren't purity testing Gavin Newsom. That nigga is evil.
I'd call Gavin Newsom something worse than evil. He's a Republican. On all the issues we really care about, he agrees with the Republicans. He doesn't want to tax billionaires. He doesn't want Medicare for all. He doesn't want to abolish ICE. He does want to give Israel unconditional, unlimited funding.
Yeah.
And most importantly, his favorite position, he loves being brutal to homeless people. And that's because he takes money from the same people who give to Trump. He's there to put a slightly nicer face on the demands of the capitalist class. The social democracy that Bernie and AOC advocate for is already a compromise with capital. But Gavin isn't even offering that level of change. He's got a record of being a crappy governor with a few entertaining tweets.
Well, I think I'm it's funny because like I have more nice things to say about Gavin Newsom than people would ever give me credit for. As I have said time and time again, there are certain aspects of like being the governor of California that automatically puts you above every red state governor, let's be real. And then there's also issues with what he does with the tremendous amount of power that he has presiding over one of the economic powerhouses of the world, really is. I mean, he's one of the largest economies in the world. So the issue is Gavin Newsom has staked his reputation, like stuck his neck out every now and then for like, you know, moving in the direction of criminal justice reform. And he's been attacked relentlessly for it. There are certainly reasons to give him praise for that. Okay. Having said that, the number one issue that he has is with homelessness. And that is because he is in the pocket of the real estate developers. And if you're in the pocket of the real estate developers, you're just not going to fucking, it's not going to work. Like everyone is going to punish you when you get on the national stage and turn around and say, don't turn the rest of the country into California. California gets a bad rap, partially because of the homelessness. People think that there's like unimaginable crime here too and shit like that. The homelessness problem is a real problem, and Gavin Newsom's solutions for this problem is basically akin to the final solution. It's fucking disastrous. It's disgusting. It tells me a lot about his instincts in general, right? I don't like that at all. You know, I have my issues. I would have loved to discuss these issues with him personally, but we haven't. You know, he's ducking me at this point, and I don't think that he'll ever come on the stream after this. But my point is, I'm fair and balanced in my criticism of Democrats, contrary to what my naysayers think and say all the time. But, you know, even on the aesthetic front, Gavin does a lot of stuff that I don't personally appreciate. He also has you know, dealt a lot of harm to some of the marginalized people, some of the most marginalized people in the state of California, specifically homeless people, right? So yeah, that's I'll talk more about the good and the bad and the ugly of the Gavin Newsom situation maybe at a later date, possibly tomorrow. But having said that, I want to go back to the point that I was making, which is that no matter what people say, no matter what people say on the internet, no matter what people say on Twitter, right? It's not real. Like, it's just not. I've seen it. I've seen it with my own two eyes. There is a real momentum here. There's a real movement here. There's real appetite for more, a demand for more from our elected representatives. And that is something that these guys either turn a blind eye to or actively argue against by running back to the harm reduction narratives this early on. If you're doing harm reduction narratives this far out from an establishment Democrat candidate, that means you know deep down inside that your side is losing. So you have to immediately whip up the votes. And you're burning a lot of social capital at a time when discontent is at its highest. So these guys are not even being tactical about when to deploy this shit, right? They're not even being tactical because they're so horny, because they're so frustrated with like Zoran Mamdani, DSA's rise, all this stuff is like really frustrating for them. And it's ironic because they're faceless people. They could just as well turn around and become socialist tomorrow. I don't think I'm going to fucking know. No one else is going to call them to account. They're going to be like, all right, great, you're a socialist. Okay, you're a part of us now. You're part of this group now. So, holy shit, how are you still in defensive mode 3 days later? Defensive mode? This is not defensive mode. This is offensive mode. And I'm also trying to explain, a big part of my job is to explain to people what is going on in the real world. I don't give a shit if people think that this is like me defending my honor or whatever. This is a very important battle that will eventually get to its apex point, and I want to fucking make my position as clear as possible before we get there. I'm a political commentator. This is my job, and I'm a political commentator online. You know, I'm a political commentator online, and as a part of that job, I try to explain to people what is happening in the real world and how different it is than what you perceive on the internet. So this is totally a part of, my chat triggered law. Okay, dude, like, come on, man. Come on. Like, let's be serious. I'm going to unban you, but just, calm down. I'm your biggest defender against anti-Semitism actions, but it made me change the title. The first one is YouTube title. I know it's probably an editor, but still, they try to stop me. No, man, they're not trying to. What? We can't use they? Come on, Megaphonics. They're probably A/B testing it. They're A/B testing anti-Semitism. Dude, I saw a version of this, by the way, which I kind of feel bad about because I love Andrew Epstein, as you guys know. But now everyone is talking about Epstein class this, Epstein class that. And like some people have started to say that this is anti-Semitic. And I do feel bad for like a shit ton of Epsteins out there who are just wonderful people. And because Ro Khanna has been just saying like Epstein class, Epstein class, Epstein class. And now, obviously they're talking about fucking Jeffrey Epstein, but we forget that there are a shit ton of people that also have the last name Epstein. And I feel kind of bad for them. I'm not even kind of bad. I feel actually bad for just like the unfortunate strays that people with the last name Epstein have been receiving. It's the SNL skit with Harvey Epstein, not Harvey Weinstein, not Jeffrey Epstein, Harvey Epstein, totally separate guy. Yeah, rest in peace to the best Epstein, Israel Epstein, 1942, member of the Standing Committee of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. The GOAT. Does not binding with the Democrats as a party during the elections create factionism in the left? Democrats usually support socialist candidates, but if it looks like they're splitting from the party, then why should they? Neek skit. That's funny. Democrats don't actually support socialist candidates. I hope you understood that when you watched what unfolded in the New York election with Zoran Mamdani. We got to fight. We got to fight against the Democrats. We got to fight against the Republicans to literally even make a positive contribution to the Democratic Party in general. Having said that, of course, although they don't, It still doesn't matter. We'll still do it. I'm ready to stick my neck out and say, like, I'm not voting for Gavin Newsom. You know what I mean? Hey, look, we got 3 years to come up with somebody else, right? And hopefully we can find somebody else and not stick with Gavin Newsom, which I don't even think has a real shot. Like, I don't even think Gav has a good shot at winning the primary anyway. Got on a learning kick today and found out that the Confederates fled the U.S. after the Civil War to form Confederate settlements in Belize and Brazil. Thought it was only the Nazis that fled. No, that's white people behavior through and through. These clip accounts put your face on everything. Wait, what? What does he have to do with it? Wait, what? Twitch streamer Calais is furious after waking up to an email from Twitch. Wait, what the fuck do I have to do with this? Bro, do they get a contract? Like, I don't understand. Like, dude, what the fuck? She mentioned you that Twitch is giving you all the Twitch money. Wait, what? Is that what she said? Did she say that? She's probably joking. Do they think I have the... First of all, why wouldn't I give myself a Twitch contract if I had any power over this? I would give myself a Twitch contract as well as everybody else. I don't have a contract. Maybe she's doing the fuck Hassan pivot to get a kickback. And to which I say, get your money, queen. Get your money, queen. Get it. Yeah, I'm the Rock Nation of Twitch. Everything comes back to me and what I've been up to. Brother, there are people that unironically think you get extra money from Twitch because you haven't been permabanned by now. Okay. Yeah. Isn't she a Hasanabi head? I doubt this is true. Yeah, she is. Or she was. Maybe she's not anymore, but this was also very funny. The earn my privilege is white privilege earn my vote is white privilege coded. I love that. Earn my vote is white privilege coded. Dude, they're doing identity politics out there that you did not even fathom, that you did not even think was foreseeable. Okay? Like, it's so 2016. It's so 2016 that it's the type of 2016 that would have been too far in 2016. You know what I mean? It's like impressive. It's impressive to say that it's white privilege to do democracy, like to do the fundamental thing of democracy, which is to demand extract concessions from your elected representatives. Like, you should just vote for them because they exist. I fucking love that. That is, I mean, that, I'm sorry, that's like that's very silly. That's surf mindset. Like, that's what it is. I mean, this is worse than if you don't vote for Biden, you're not black. Like, it's so much worse than that, because now we are just tackling the core of theoretical democracy, one of the core planks of theoretical democracy. This is something that, I mean, this is something that people fought hard for, right? Like, people died for this shit. People died for this. What are we doing? Heads were chopped off, you know? Bourgeois democracy or not, it's still supposed to, you're at least supposed to be in favor of the democratic process. So I'm a little confused by this stuff. I don't understand how people have conditioned themselves. Nobody's saying that stop. We're just saying that maybe you should consider that God might have put them there. Yeah. Is this Sparta? We're just picking between two kings or what? Yeah. The same accounts yelling at you about Gavin are now turning around and attacking AOC. Yeah. It's not surprising. It's not surprising. It's not surprising to me, at least. Like, I mean, this is expected. That's the reason why they're doing it. It's more so an ideological battle within the ranks. Within the ranks of the Democratic Party, where these guys are like desperate to hold on. Yeah, I said, this is literally the fundamental principle of democracy. Wait, did they block me or something? What happened? I don't know why it's not showing up on my quote retweet, but they blocked you and then unblocked me maybe. The professional foreign policy misunderstanders have logged on in the aftermath of the Munich event. Yeah, we'll get into it. I mean, I have my criticisms as well, because I think AOC is not going far enough. I think, like, I was having a separate conversation about America and decoupling from the United States of America in Canada as AOC was in Munich talking about it. And I think if you listen to what I had to say, even though it was like an impromptu speech there versus what AOC is talking about like maybe even like vulgar Brandonism, there are definitely still some critiques that I have. Although the energy is in the right direction, there are still some critiques I have as far as like the worldview that she is representing there. Yeah, Matt Duss and I have plenty of differences in opinion. And one of the big ones, of course, is that I am not someone who believes in the maintenance of the NATO Atlanticist order. I think that is like pretty devastating for our European allies. I think that's pretty devastating for sovereignty of middle powers that I was talking about quite a bit yesterday. And I think it's also pretty devastating for, first and foremost, the global south, the countries that are in the periphery, the countries that are constantly having their natural resources extracted and are on the receiving end of endless militarism. And yeah, I'll talk about Mamdani as well. I just think that, it's not, there is no room for that, right? Like, I think Matt Duss and I have a difference in opinion on this. We have definitely disagreements on China, obviously, but I don't think this is going to cut it. I think he needs to go harder. I think he's movable. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, this is a guy who is, spent his whole life believing this, so it's going to be very difficult, but we'll see. I think these guys have this attitude that like, no, you don't understand. Like the theory of international order is good. We just have to apply it evenly, right? We just have to apply it evenly. And as long as we apply it evenly, then it's good. But like, it's never been applied evenly. The entire underpinning of the New World Order post-World War II, the Great Design, was specifically so that America could effectively combat against socialism and effectively fight against socialism, communism all around the world, and make it much easier to extract natural resources at the behest of parasitic capital. Steal from the third world and put it directly into the pockets of the international conglomerates, the capital owners, right? The capital owning class. So I don't think everyone has like a reasonable, Leninist critique of this, but I think people kind of understand the excesses of it. They recognize the collapse of it, right? Most people, like normies, even look at this and go, what do they say? They don't think like, oh, we went to Iraq so that, parasitic global capitalist forces could actually extract the natural resources and draw up super profits or anything like that. It's not that. That wasn't their analysis. Is we went to Iraq, we killed a lot of people, which I don't really care about, but it was for oil, and I think maybe it helped, but it probably didn't help. It was actually a spectacular failure. And then people, I think, look at what Israel is doing and what we have done in Israel as like, this is, morally repugnant. Why are we giving our tax dollars? Why are we wasting our tax dollars on this, like, this welfare state that constantly demands more and gives us nothing in return and makes us look bad in the region and creates unnecessary enmity. Obviously, there is the more solid, well-rounded critique of all of this, and I apply it in my analysis all the time. But even the very fact that there are a lot of normies who recognize that this stuff is not working out for them at all implies that we need to move away from a return to vulgar Brandonism and a NATO Atlanticist regime, a liberal international order that we're going to piece together. So yeah, that's my assessment overall on the. But there's a lot of good in there too. There's a lot of good in there. What is this? You want me to fucking watch this Kyle Kalinske tweet? Here, I'm gonna watch it.
We need re-education camps, bro. We might need re-education.
I talk to Kyle about this all the time. Yeah, yeah.
I'm not so sure a gulag was a bad idea. Come to think of it, this is making me understand a lot of things I previously did not understand.
Bro, Dark Woke 100% is on board with gulags.
I never used to understand authoritarian left movement. I'd be like, why are you authoritarian? Just be like libertarian left. Look, listening to these motherfuckers, I'm like, oh, I see. They had to do something about you motherfuckers.
Yeah, no, this is like, it's true. It's true. One could interpret Joseph Stalin as the peak of Dark Woke. As the peak of Dark Woke, okay? Lenin my goat, Lenin my king. Yeah, that was definitely some Dark Woke ass shit right there. About to get banned for the spam. Anime isn't safe anymore. No, I'm not gonna watch that right now. I mean, realistically, what do you do with anti-revolutionaries? Stalin, CEO of DEI. Yeah. The reaction must be crushed before it can muster the strength to turn back the revolution. There is something crazy happening. My mom is going crazy upstairs. I don't know what. I feel like she's like moving stuff around right above my head. Yeah. Kyle Kalinske, give it a couple more cycles. Kyle Kalinski's gonna come out like this.
I've been taken up to the third heaven. I've been jacked into the big plan. I've seen it. I can't even compute all of it. It's so fantastical. You've not seen nothing. You ain't heard nothing. You ain't smelled nothing like this. I don't have words to tell you. But I tell you, anybody tries to get in the way of the incredible plan the big guys got for us has got me pissed, and I'm just begging to stay on the team, man. Just put me in the game, coach. Whatever you say, coach. I know I'm weak. I know I'm pathetic. Man, you're amazing. I'm so lucky you made me. What do I do, Bob? Like a hunting dog, man. Just take me out of the house. Just turn me on them. Just tell me what I got to do. Tell me how I serve you. Tell me what I can do for you right now.
Yeah. This is WowMouth's greatest contribution to discourse, I think. But this person who I think attempted to call you out in the past is on your side on this. Yeah, no, Keith Edwards is a loyal soldier now. Hassan Piker. I think he's much more understanding of my position than in the past. I think there was a minor slip up there when he he literally deleted the tweet and stuff too. And he's fine. He's good. He's not. I'll take any support I can get. Let's be real. Oh, there's a majority report. Hassan is right about Gavin Newsom. Don't vote for business as usual, motherfuckers. Yeah. The thing is, like, we've been right this whole time. Go back to my tweets from 2019. I was talking about how Biden is going to fucking die in office. And then, like, Biden's going to die in office. And then you're going to see something much worse than Trump, which was true. It was still Trump, but it was a much worse version of Trump. Right? I just, like, it pisses me off. It pisses me off that people are doing this shit and they're consistently trying to punish the left flank for being right all along. It's very, very frustrating. It's very, very frustrating. Please. What the hell are we doing? Anyway, people are not ready for Trump 3. Yeah. Keith is also a lib, but not one of those annoying ass libs. He understands that leftists should not be alienated. Yeah. It's just like, what is it? What are we supposed to do? How many more times can we be right, but too early until like some of these liberals that are constantly fucking chirping on the sidelines and professionally wrong, just basically say, all right, let's shut the fuck up about this. Okay.
And we'll figure it out from there. People are dragging Hassan right now who's saying he wouldn't vote for Gavin Newsom. And my opinion is nobody that calls himself a leftist or even a moderate should be openly admitting right now that they would vote for Gavin Newsom. Period. If you call yourself a Bernie bro or anything further left than that, if you call yourself a sock dem and anything, I
don't even think moderates should be saying that. You know what I mean? Like, tactically speaking, even if you're a moderate, maybe you can get a more moderate candidate in there. You know what I mean? Keep fighting, Kings. You know, maybe you can get Josh Shapiro up in this bitch, right? Like, don't fucking blow your nut. Don't blow your load so early on Gavin, right? You can go further right. Maybe a Joe Manchin presidency, right? Like, if that's what you're coming to, if that's what you're jerking off to, right? Thinking about how much more right can we go? Maybe Mitt Romney as a Democrat. Have we tried that? Have we tried Liz Cheney? So, like, if your goal is to get the most right-wing candidate possible, because you're like an outside infiltrator that has firmly latched their tentacles on the Democratic Party, and you're just like, ooh, how can we go even further right? How can we make sure the Democratic Party is the most repulsive party out there? You know, Nikki Haley, Liz Cheney, Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney might be too woke for you guys. To the moderates, I think Mitt Romney's probably too woke, you know? Get George W. Bush back in there. Try to make, you know, slap some comical glasses and a mustache on him. Say this is a different Bush. Y'all didn't even know about that. Y'all didn't even know about this Bush, okay? So yeah, a lot of people are going, how dare you say that you would never vote, you would not vote for Gavin in a hypothetical. I'm like, I'm not saying shit. I'm saying, or that's not even true. I am saying shit. I'm saying I'm not voting for a fucking business as usual bullshit establishment Democrat, and I'm especially not going to fucking offer loyalty pledges to whatever your candidate is. You should be singing the praises of AOC every single goddamn day. How about that? Van Hollen, Ro Khanna, AOC. You should be demanding that Mamdani become president. How about that?
Further left than a sock dim, you are not to endorse publicly Gavin Newsom. You can vote for him in private. I don't think you should, but like if you have private voter behavior that may support a Gavin Newsom, I'm not about to fight you on that. But if you are publicly promoting and supporting Gavin Newsom, especially right now, no, I can't with you. That doesn't contribute to the moral position, in my opinion. Most people, this commenter, not this one, let me get him off the screen so nobody's thinking I was cursing him out. Whoever Nyko9631, my apologies, Nyko. You probably didn't deserve that, but you did. People that make this "you're too extreme" comment are people that know the position they're in is innately immoral, but don't have the balls to either move off the position or defend it with their chest. And that pisses me off. So instead, they want you to stop talking about it.
I'll stick my neck out. You know what I mean? I'll stick my neck out. A lot of people were like, well, why did you say it like that? You're really pissing off the liberals. It's like, no, the liberals need to get pissed off, or at least the centrist liberals need to get pissed off. I'll force them into a shitty position where they sit there and fantasize about a Gavin Newsom presidency and what that entails 3 years out, when a tremendous amount of regular liberals find Gavin Newsom to be somewhat despicable. They like the memes. They like the memes that Gavin is putting out there. They like that he's handsome, right? But I don't think they like Gavin Newsom at all. I think they're actually very frustrated with Gavin Newsom, with his like hanging out with Steve Bannon, hanging out and being conciliatory to Ben Shapiro, telling Charlie Kirk that his 13-year-old son is a massive Charlie Kirk fan. This is utterly ridiculous stuff. This is before we even get to the serious problems in the Newsom administration that I think would be business as usual politics. You know, that's it. Yeah, Gavin Newsom proclaims Ronald Reagan Day. That just happened, which is crazy. On Black History Month, man. Really? Like Black History Month, you were like, I'm going to put my stake on this. Really? I mean, I get it. He's from the state, but like, what are we doing? Right? Am I crazy? I mean, Ronald Reagan was horrible for black people. Like maybe he was being woke. He was like, oh, it's Ronald Reagan Day, and we're going to put a statue of Ronald Reagan so you can slap it like those Chinese statues. Right? I mean, Ronald Reagan was horrible for everybody, but Ronald Reagan was exceptionally bad for black people, and he's doing this on Black History Month. He's like, hey, for Black History Month, let's honor the guy who put crack cocaine in black neighborhoods. You know, war on drugs guy. That's the guy. Let's honor the Trump before Donald Trump. That's awesome, you know? Yeah, maybe he wanted to put the Chinese 1,000 years of shame statue. In China, these statues of corrupt 11th century politician and his wife forever kneel in apology for centuries. People have visited the cursed spit and hit the statues. This is what we're doing to the Ronald Reagan statue. You know what I mean? This is what we're doing to the Ronald Reagan statues. That's what we're doing. A wake-up call I've used that has worked on Lib Friends is that this version is not Gavin being moderate to appeal to the general election voters. This is the most left-aligned views we will ever see from him after he wins the primary. This will shift dramatically right from this version he's advertising. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Here you get a permanent job in Congress till you die. True. Yeah, you engage in shameful acts and you're locked in for life to your position of profound power, where you continue to expand on those shameful acts. You continue to double down, triple down, right? Anyway, but yeah, that's neither here nor there. Let's get into it. There's a lot more to cover. What else was I gonna say? I don't know if you saw this, but Cuomo chief of staff stole your flow. Former Andrew Cuomo chief of staff doesn't like the rise of the far left like Bernie Sanders and the Democratic Party. They're unelectable in November. Yeah. He has to say that at Fox News, by the way, because the audience that he can say that to no longer exists on the liberal side. If this person came out, and made these kinds of fucking takes be known, or Melissa DeRosa, Democratic strategist, if she came out and said this on MSNBC, they'd be flogging her ass, okay? The libs would be tarring and feathering her ass. So she has to only go on Fox News and be like, Bernie Sanders is bad for the Democrats. Yeah. Okay. So Fox News loves Bernie then, right? Is that what you're saying? Because if it's bad for the Democrats, then why the fuck would this audience care? They love shit that's bad for the Democrats. How many Democrats are watching Fox News?
Something going on the left. Socialism is surging. Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders is leading the charge. You know he likes to do that, even when they won't pick him at a nomination process. His pick for a New Jersey House is poised to pull off a shock primary win victory against a moderate.
Yeah, they're like, this kind of stuff doesn't work in November while objectively showing it working right now. You know, it's awesome. Hey, I know Bernie won a bunch of stuff, but like, I know the Bernie-crats are on a tear right now, but I'm here to tell you that this is bad, actually. All of this success that the Bernie-crats are seeing is somehow bad, actually. Why is it bad? Why is it bad? Let's hear.
Democrat. The race has not officially been called yet, but Sanders has endorsed 14 others so far in races across the country. Far left, socialists. That's 10 House seats, 3 Senate candidates, and 1 gubernatorial.
I love that they put like Peggy Flanagan on this too. Like, I mean, hey, it's good. She's fine, right? Brad Lander. It's awesome. It's awesome that there's like, first of all, the people that they're showcasing here, you know, great. I love that. They are, you know, to my right for the most part, I would say, but there's some good candidates in there, and hopefully they're gonna win. They don't even put what's his face in here. What's his face? The guy from Florida too, that's like trying to go after. I want to give him a boost. The Florida DSA guy, Oliver Larkin, running for Democrat for Congress in Florida 23, union organizer, fighting for Medicare for all, $25 an hour, and a Green New Deal, Democratic Socialist. Yeah. Bernie no endorsed Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Hey, now, I don't always love what Peggy does, but she's better than like 95% of politicians in the state. No, for sure. I mean, same with like Brad Lander. Brad Lander fucking fired the campaign staffer who was like retweeting. Like Brad Lander literally just fired one of his campaign staffers that was you know, a part of the Hot Girls for Zoran. And it was totally unacceptable in my opinion. Like it sucks. I hate that these guys do shit like that. Just be strong. Like, and I think at that point for Brad, I'm gonna be honest, I think Brad Lander is doing that. Wasn't the person who he quote tweeted literally Jewish? Yeah, I think so. Brad Lander appeased the Jewish Insider opposition research that came out. And, you know, New York Post is still doing this to Zoran too. And Brad being Jewish has way more room to be like, fuck off, right? Like, at least with Zoran, there's the fact that he's like a brown Muslim socialist. Brad Lander's Jewish. He's a lock for his fucking district. Stop. Like, when you do stuff like that, it makes me feel like you agree with Jewish Insider. It's gross. It's gross. Stop agreeing with fucking fascist opposition. Okay? Like, he doesn't have a problem sticking his neck out for ICE, like against ICE, you know, putting himself out there, getting arrested. But it's just like, well, to be clear, him being Jewish doesn't make him a lock for his district. The way you phrase that made it sound that way. No, I'm saying he's a lock for his district. And as a Jewish person running for office, he has infinitely more power to say fuck off to like Jewish Insider and shit. You know what I mean? So when I see stuff like that, from Brad Lander, it makes me feel like he agrees with Jewish Insider. And it's totally fucked up. Also, no, in his district, him being Jewish does also play a big role, I think. Like, his district is definitely has a, doesn't his district have a higher density of Jewish voters in general? I mean, it's New York. There's definitely certain districts where that kind of stuff works. Like, people want to vote for whoever they can trust. I don't know. Whoever they consider to be whoever they can consider to be also in line with what like with their interests. This plays a role. It's like, if you're in a black district, running a black candidate is going to be helpful, especially on the Democratic Party side. But ultimately, the point I was trying to say is that like, regardless of the district demographics, the area where he has tremendous opportunity to fucking push back is all this like crazy Zionist propaganda. He could just like say, "Nah, fuck off. This is crazy. I'm Jewish. Shut the fuck up."
Real bid.
He's not doing that though, because he is a liberal Zionist. Let's be real. Like,
Power panel now. Mehek Cook, Republican strategist. Melissa DeRosa, Democrat strategist. Great to see you both. Melissa, welcome to the program. I know you're also an author. So right for me, the script that ought to go with your party right now is the far left seems to be very popular and perhaps taking over. Do you like it?
Absolutely not. I mean, I think that the Democratic Party right now is experiencing what the Republican Party experienced under the Tea Party movement. We're having our own internal civil war right now. And everything is looking great for us for the midterms, but never put it past the Democratic Party to steal defeat from the jaws of victory. And when people ask me whether or not we are going to...
Bro, come on. I mean, oh, come on. You can't be using my lines against the left flank of the Democratic Party. The one area within the base of support of the Democrats that actually does have momentum. That's fucked up. Shameless. She's gonna say the establishment Democrats are actually right, but too early. And the leftists are always wrong. She's just flipping some of these bars she's going to be like, if you want sovereignty, you must get a nuke. In this day and age, if you would like to maintain sovereignty as a nation state that's not under the nuclear umbrella of the United States, you have to get nukes immediately.
To succeed in November, and to what degree, I always answer there's two factors. One is Trump, and the second is us and who we pick in these primaries. And people like Bernie Sanders would rather pick people that he thinks align with his side of the party, who are then unelectable in November. So that's the internal war we are fighting right now.
That was a lot of transparency. Mehek.
Well, it's the first time I'm seeing transparency on the Democrat side, so I applaud you for
that. Yeah, I wonder why. This is Cuomo, yeah. Yeah, this is the night where she lost, by the way. The crowd chants at Hochul. Oh, no, this is not the night that she lost. This is the Zoran. This is not the night of the victory party. This is the New York race, like the rally that I went to in New York. How'd that work out for you, Melissa? Huh? Huh. Yeah. What are they saying? Let's go Bills? Yeah. She has a wonderful career going on fucking Fox News and talking shit about the Democrats going forward.
that because it may work in the midterms and some
Were you even in that crowd? Yeah, I was.
Some of these races, right? This far left is unhinged, and they're taking over quietly from Mondani in New York to so many other races. And the worst part about what Bernie Sanders is doing, he's fighting against America. capitalism, our economy. So when we get to the general, it's not going to work in swing states like Pennsylvania and Michigan and others. And I think that these candidates are going to see the writing on the wall before it's too late.
Can we pop that map back up? I want everybody to see candidates that Bernie Sanders is
Yeah, candidates that you want to vote for.
backing. And look at that map, Melissa. I mean, this isn't just Mamdani and a couple people like Omar Fattah in Minnesota and maybe Katie Wilson and a couple of others. That's a lot of people around the country who are running now, not to mention the ones who already have seats.
No, make no mistake. Bernie Sanders started this in 2016 when he was running against Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, I like to go to Fox News. When I want to learn about what the Democratic Party should be doing to defeat the Republicans, I like to get my notes from Fox News. Please give me $750,000 a year so I can consult for your campaigns, establishment Democrats. Because that is unironically who the establishment Democrats are looking for as far as their consultancy.
Do you underestimate him?
No, actually, I think that we all have seen this. I mean, in 2016, I underestimated him. I think we all underestimated him. And we were all shocked by his populist appeal and sort of that he gave Hillary a real run for her money in 2016. And then you saw AOC. And so this has been moving and moving and moving. And now here we are. But these people may win in primaries. They do not represent the values of the American public. And they do not represent mainstream values of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Bernie neutered the Dems and ushered in Trump. Bernie was neutered by the Dems and ushered in Trump. It's true. I thought you said Bernie neutered the Dems and ushered in Trump because that's the establishment Dem cope right there. Yeah. No, totally. Left populism is poison. Please don't do it. Please don't do it is what I say on Fox News after my establishment Democrat candidate got fucking shellacked in New York City. By a left populist socialist Muslim mayor. But yeah, the Bernie-crats are very real. Some of them I don't fully align with. Some of them I think all of them should be going way harder. But ultimately, they represent a far better trajectory for the American future, including but not limited to Graham Plattner as well. Who I think will one day be the president of the United States of America, the way things are going. Do with that information what you will. But yeah, I do love gays, he said at one point. Good to know. Somebody asked me where do I stand on LGBTQIA+, Plattner added. What does IA+ stand for, I asked them. That's actually a good question. Yeah, that's his Brandon moment. At least 3. Yeah, this was clipped. Is this Plattner said in an earlier speech? He just said LGBTQ. After thinking for a moment, he posited that the Q, I, and A stand for queer, intersex, and androgynous. But what's the plus? I asked. Everything else, he said. Wait, what? This person isn't like attacking Graham Plattner. He thinks this is a funny tweet. Well, I heard these. Okay, guys, chill out. Steve Morris is fine. They weren't. This wasn't like an attack on Graham Plattner. Even the quote is fine. But the full quote is totally fine as well. Anyway, all right. Let's move on. First, we're going to do some good news. Palestine Action wins court challenge over terror ban. Home Secretary comes out and says we're going to appeal it because they're fucking monstrous freaks.
In a case brought against the government 7 months after Palestine Action was banned as a terrorist organization.
Yes. We're going to watch that fucking dark woke warrior. Okay, calm down. We're going to get to it. Just calm down.
You can jail a revolutionary, but you can never jail a revolution.
The High Court judges ruled that prescribing the group had been disproportionate and that only a very small number of activities amounted to terrorism, which already fall under existing laws. As the news filtered through from the courtroom, there were isolated cheers. Then, when it became clear exactly what had happened, the crowd erupted, with some supporters of Palestine Action shedding tears of joy. The case was brought by one of the group's co-founders.
Banning Palestine Action never banned direct action as a tactic, and people are able to continue direct action against weapons factories if they so wish, just not under the Palestine Action banner, or that would be a terrorist offense. And I think that is really clear. Palestine Action was about saving.
Yeah, Palestine Action, court-mogged, kid starver being a Israel cell. That's what happened. Absolute Palestine action victory. Big W's all around. I cannot believe that kid starvers Jester maxing ass interior is still actively trying to appeal this. Please stop. God, just go, I don't know, deal with your own pedophilia controversy or something. Just stop. Just what the fuck are you guys doing?
Lives. It's the very opposite of what people consider terrorism to be.
But the result wasn't clear-cut.
The ban remains in force, certainly until the question of an appeal is considered by the High Court, and probably, I think, until the case actually reaches the Court of Appeal and the Court of Appeal has the chance to reach a decision.
The Home Secretary was quick to respond to the judgment. The court has acknowledged that Palestine...
Isn't there photos of Shabana Mahmoud at like a Palestinian rally waving the Palestinian flag and everything? Or did I get like AI duped? There are, right? God, how can you be such a fucking disgusting dog for the worst forces on the planet? Like how? How do you go from this? Shame on you, Shabana Mahmoud. You should be apologizing to the British public, not serving the interests of Israel. Why aren't you prescribing British Jews for committing war crimes in Gaza? Like, there are literally IDF soldiers that went to Israel, did war crimes, came back. None of that. Like, there is an international standard here, okay? They absolutely should be doing that. And instead of doing that, they're doing this. Even if Keir Starmer instructed you, you should have had the backbone to say no and be ready to lose your job. But like your boss, you're also a political prostitute. 2,000 United Kingdom people served in the IDF during these last 3 years, I believe. Oh my God. It's so nasty. It's so fucking nasty. It's nastiness. It's nastiness all around.
Action has carried out acts of terrorism, celebrated those who've taken part in those acts, and promoted the use of violence. It has also concluded that Palestine Action is not an ordinary protest or civil disobedience group, and that its actions are not consistent with democratic values and the rule of law. For those reasons, I am disappointed by the court's decision and disagree with the notion that banning this terrorist organisation is disproportionate. The ban on the group meant anyone joining it or showing support was...
Breaking, Shabana Mahmoud has become the UK Home Secretary. She's in charge of immigration, visa, and borders. Here she is at a rally calling for a globalized intifada.
Outside of a safe...
Yeah. Like, how do you go from this, getting attacked by Israel's most loyal and dumbest servants, like Eyal Yacobi, to being like, oh, I'm going to appeal this decision. Like, we have to fucking keep people... We have to put pensioners in prison. We have to put pensioners in prison for holding up a placard that says, like, I support Palestine Action. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. Like, what's the goal here? Sometimes I feel like they just want to destroy any kind of faith that people have in the system. Like, are you just actively trying to make sure that no one believes in the democratic process? Is that what it is? Is that what it fucking is? She's a right-wing creature who wants to melt the migrants. It's not surprising she would turn on Palestine too. I don't understand it. Like, I don't understand how these guys will literally turn around at the first sight. Turn around at the first sight and just like betray the values that they're representing before they get elected. It's disgusting. This kind of stuff makes my position, my worldview so much harder to defend, for the record. Let's be real. Like, yeah, I'm going to do the looks maxing article. Don't worry. I have it on the docket. Like, because like I do have a method to my madness, as I've described over and over again. Regardless of my ideological tendency on the left, I am firm and committed in utilizing the existing avenues to at least build a robust base of self-identifying socialists that are ideologically committed to socialism, that want to move society in that direction, that have the organizational power to be able to apply pressure. And the only way to do that currently is obviously through the electoral process, because I mean, it's different in the UK because it's a parliamentary system where you have more room to represent and create a socialist party or a communist party. But it's fucking ridiculous when you got like the Labor Party that is like actively running on certain things and then turning around and saying, no, actually, I'm betraying everything that I ran on.
Breaking the law, risking up to 14 years in prison. And since July, nearly 3,000 people have been arrested, most for displaying placards, with more than 850 on one day alone in September.
If you recall, this is exactly what I said was going to happen with the Labor Party, given that it was the Blairite version of Labor that had won. In the aftermath of the predictable Labor victory, I said this is exactly what was going to happen. Like every single thing that I said about reform rising and Labor's like feckless, controlled opposition attitude is going to create an opportunity for right-wing radicals and the reactionary movement to grow.
One of those was Angie Zelter, 74 years old and arrested 8 times since the ban.
I was talking to the police and I was saying to the police, aren't you pleased now you can get back to your real job, arresting real terrorists and other crimes and not having to arrest peaceful protesters? And there's a half smile on this inspector's face. And then he said, yes, but we could still arrest you at any time.
If protesters do still take to the streets, the Metropolitan Police has now made it clear they'll gather evidence rather than making immediate arrests. The prospect of an appeal may have tempered the triumph a little, but for those at the Royal Courts of Justice, this was success in a fight to have their voices heard. Emma Birchley, Sky News.
Anyway, so that's good though. The terror ban was ruled unlawful. Let's talk about Cuba. Cuba is receiving humanitarian aid from Mexico as the Trump blockade bites. Having said that, the humanitarian aid that they're receiving is not enough. And that's not me being an idealist or anything. That's just me being a realist, unfortunately, because the real aid that Cuba needs right now is oil. And America has shut off Venezuelan oil from going to Cuba. The American government has said that they would sanction and take over any ships that have oil that they're shipping to Cuba. The American government is actively starving Cuba. They have been for decades since the Cuban Revolution, but this final iteration of the starvation campaign has been truly disastrous. It's openly hostile. It's openly inhumane. It's completely and utterly unacceptable. And I will be sailing on the Nuestra America flotilla to Cuba. So be on the lookout for that. With the good folks over at Progressive International that are putting it together. We're sailing to Cuba, bringing critical humanitarian aid for its people. Together we can break the siege, save lives, and stand up for the cause of Cuban self-determination. I said I'll be participating in this. The U.S. has strangled Cuba since its successful revolution for the crime of sovereignty and dignity for its people. This latest example of the heightened blockade seeks to bring Gazan siege warfare and starvation closer to home. We mustn't look away. And you really are trying to get kirked. I don't think it'll happen. I don't think that'll happen, but it doesn't matter. I mean, we got to do it. Yes, I will be streaming it. I will be streaming the process. I don't know if we'll be able to stream on the island because I had set up in the past before this like oil blockade. I was going to be able to stream on the island, but as you recall, I didn't go last year after I got detained. We had set it up, and at the time the stakes weren't as high. The stakes are much higher now, but I think we have to be brave. So I mean, it's totally devastating. Yeah, a fire broke out Friday at a refinery in Cuba's capital, threatening the compound. The island nation struggles as it faced what amounts to a U.S. oil blockade. I can see this being CIA intervention as well. Like it's not new. It's not unique. The American government has been fucking up the Cubans' lives for decades, like I said. So, yeah, I don't know what else to say beyond the fact that like I'm an adult. I understand the risks involved with doing something like this, but I think it's important to show this experience to as many people as possible. Yeah. Anyway, everybody shut the fuck up about how I'm going to make this, how I'm going to make the logistics happen, okay? Obviously, I'm thinking about how to make the logistics happen. Your suggestions are utterly irrelevant in this situation. Please stop. Okay? You think you'll make it onto the island? Yes. It's not illegal to go to Cuba right now, even right now. The problem is the island is run out of jet fuel as well. But there are still flights taking off from the island. There are still flights going to the island, and you can take a boat to the island as well. Code Pink actually went to the island recently. So, and brought necessary aid. China has also been bringing necessary aid onto the island as well in the form of solar panels. But the problem is, what they need most right now is not even solar panels. What they need most right now is oil. They need oil to run their generators. They need oil for their hospitals. They need oil for the ambulances. So yeah, it's utterly devastating. So even though, for example, Mexico is sending in necessary aid at this moment, the real aid that is necessary is oil, and Mexico is not sending oil, unfortunately. And the reason why they're not sending oil is because they're afraid of sanctions. The only country that has said that they would send oil to Cuba is Russia. And I'm not exactly certain as to how they will pull that off, especially considering that the American government has intercepted Russian oil tankers already in the post-Venezuelan takeover. So, yeah.
Answering Cuba's distress signal, help arriving in Havana today in the form of 2 Mexican naval ships loaded with aid. Neighborly solidarity in the form of rice, beans, sardines, nearly 300 tons of powdered milk. But it's oil that Cuba so desperately needs and that Mexico couldn't send without risking retaliatory tariffs from the United States.
It's very important help for the Cuban people at this moment we are living through. There's a lot of need and uncertainty, and we don't know how long it'll go on like this.
Since Donald Trump announced an effective oil blockade at the end of January, the effects have been cascading through Cuba's society. Already denied Venezuelan oil since the US raid on Caracas at the start of the year, the situation growing ever more acute. Last week, rationing imposed on petrol to go with rolling power blackouts. Cuba relies on oil for more than 80% of its electricity generation.
People are buying 3 bags of charcoal at a time so they can cook when there's no electricity.
At the airport, jet fuel reserves all but exhausted. That's led to Canadian carriers unable to refuel for the return journey to cancel upcoming flights. Canadian and Russian airlines sending empty planes to repatriate stranded tourists. Canadian and Russian visitors making up nearly half of Cuba's vital tourism industry, which had already been in steep decline in recent years.
In the end, everything is because of the lack of dialogue between the two governments. Ultimately, this is, as I say in the Cuban style, it's like a giant fighting with a child.
Down from the mountains, the conqueror comes.
A fight that's had little let-up since Fidel Castro's communist revolution of 1959, through the botched invasion of the Bay of Pigs, the Cuban Missile Crisis that threatened a nuclear war, then decades of embargo, until the brief détente of Barack Obama's second term.
This is a new day. Es un nuevo día.
And Cuba is ready to fall, you know?
Yeah, that was one of Barack Obama's positive accomplishments in terms of foreign policy, to which I give him many credits for. And not only that, but also obviously the JCPOA. Those were like the 2 major foreign policy accomplishments of Barack Obama, which, you know, those were objectively good things. And of course, Donald Trump came in and instantly fucked it. Fucked both. One at the behest of Israel and the other at the behest of the Cuban lobby. And Joe Biden never actually returned to Barack Obama's normalization efforts. And he basically signed off on releasing the blockade for one day, his last day in office. It was disgusting. Utterly disgusting. It would have been better if he just didn't do anything at all, honestly. On his last day as a lame duck, he released the sanctions. One fucking day. Unbelievable. The things that we've done to Cuba, if there was a God, if there was karmic justice, the things that we have done to Cuba, the things that we've done to Haiti, the things that we've done around the world, but especially to Cuba, we will never be punished enough for it, okay? We would never get sufficient punishments for the things that we have done to Cuba.
Now, in his second term, President Trump has redesignated Cuba a state sponsor of terror, increasing the pressure on Havana. His Cuban-American Secretary of State seen as the architect of the policy.
Will you make a public commitment today to rule out U.S. regime change in Cuba?
Regime change?
Yes.
Oh, no, I think we would love to see the regime there change. We would like to, that doesn't mean that we're going to make it change, but we would love to see it change. There's no doubt about the fact that it would.
Like, even the arguments about this on the liberal side of Congress is so bad. It's so disastrously bad. Where the liberals' arguments against this is basically, oh, well, will you commit not to like military intervention? Shut the fuck up. Like, what do you mean? We've been starving this fucking island. We've been starving this island for fucking decades, dude. It is disastrous. It's just monstrous. It's barbaric policy. It's disgusting. And for decades, we've turned a fucking blind eye to these atrocities. And the only voices you ever fucking heard was the Cuban Americans that are like, no, we need to bomb the island right now. Fuck those guys, okay? Sorry, I don't give a shit what your diasporoid ass has to say about the Cuban government. You're over here demanding to laser your relatives that still live on the fucking island, asshole. Suck my dick. Anyway, disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Like, as far as perfect victims goes, Cuba is the closest you can get to as a state in terms of like being victim to American empire and still thriving regardless. Okay? It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
Would be of great benefit to the United States.
Cuba's President Miguel Diaz-Canel says he's ready for talks without U.S. pressure or preconditions. Mexico, China, Russia, all calling for resolution through dialogue. Reports in Moscow, too, that it is preparing to defy Washington by sending oil to its friends in Cuba. The Kremlin spokesman not denying that and noting the relative lack of U.S.-Russian trade right now that could be affected by U.S.
I mean, yeah, this is the tip of the iceberg. In 1996, a Cuban pilot observed a U.S. government fumigation plane spraying an unknown substance over Matanzas province. Shortly thereafter, an invasive pesticide-resistant insect never before seen in Cuba, the Thrips palmi, was discovered devouring potato crops in Matanzas. The Thrips palmi was later found in neighboring provinces among corn beans, pumpkins, cucumbers, and other crops. Despite the Cuban government's best efforts to eradicate the pest, the palmi plague persisted. Like, we've done shit like this on a bad day. Like, it's on fucking autopilot. Do you understand? It's been on autopilot. What did Cuba do? I'm telling you, what Cuba did was hurt America's feelings. What Cuba did was overthrow America's ally, America's puppet dictator, Batista. That's what it did. That's literally it. What Cuba did was have the audacity to demand sovereignty, to succeed in the most honest emancipatory act, take matters in their own fucking hands, kick out the American mafia, which was backed by labor unions at the time, kick out American interests, and call themselves communists while doing so. We will never forgive them for it. And it's been on autopilot for fucking decades, dude. It is so disgusting. Cuba bled in Angola, backed Algeria's liberation, rebuilt hospitals in Vietnam under U.S. bombs, and supported struggles across Latin America, including Colombia, Angola, Vietnam, Algeria, Brazil, Colombia are oil producers with power to act. Any of these countries could save Cuba. Cuba treated Chernobyl's children, trained doctors across Eastern Europe, staffed hospitals in Nigeria after war and shortages, even as its own economy collapsed. They sent doctors during COVID. Because of the medical blockade that they were existing under, they found their own fucking COVID vaccine. When the COVID vaccine was not sent in an expedited manner to Latin American countries, they sent their COVID vaccine to other countries. They developed a lung cancer vaccine in partnership with an American Institute of Higher Learning, a lung cancer vaccine that the American government refused to offer to Americans, a lung cancer vaccine that Americans, when they found out, would go and receive in Cuba that like the American government tried to punish people for getting, okay? In spite of the endless amounts of cruelty that this island, this tiny fucking island, has experienced, they have thrived, okay? They have been able to exist. Their existence, and I say this about the Palestinians as well, but their existence is resistance. It's unimaginable what we've put these people through. I cannot fucking believe it. Even if his own economy collapsed, they did all this. From Ebola wars to global disaster relief, it gave when it had nothing. Nigeria, Russia, Venezuela, Mexico, Saudi Arabia, Norway. One tanker breaks the siege. It's unbelievable, dude. Like when you learn about the shit that we did to Cuba, you will never stop saying "goddamn America." Okay, it's not even close. And for years and years and years, we've been like, "Oh, they're so poor. Oh, the fucking the people are constantly rising up. They have an autocratic dictatorship. All this shit. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. Like, it's unbelievable. I mean, unbelievable. Cuba has actually a beautiful history here in Brazil. Lula created a program that brought Cuban doctors here to work on small cities no white Brazilian doctor would go to, and people absolutely loved them. Bolsonaro sent them away in 2019. Yeah, their doctors are famous all around the world. Like per capita, they send the most medical specialists. They send the most medical specialists per capita around the world. Like it's not even close. The American government, if you recall, I interviewed a Cuban doctor. The American government tried to make it illegal, tried to punish Jamaica and other, and Caribbean nations, saying that this was medical slavery or whatever. It was just so disgusting. Just repeating this, Cuban doctors and Cuban medical doctors have saved me and my family's life in El Salvador. If their current regime is not to blame for the current conditions of the economy, why does every Cuban national on r/Cuba decry the current government and not place the blame on U.S. intervention whatsoever? Wait, what? They're not on the island, chatter? What the fuck are you talking about? And also, even if they are on the island, you can still have people who are hogs, you know what I mean? You can still have people who don't know the truth, especially because that's the entire... Also, you're referencing Langley's very own Reddit. What are you talking about? Like, it's ridiculous. I have no interest in having a conversation with people that say, like, oh, Cuba deserves it, you know? I'm Cuban, and I think Cuba deserves it. Fuck you. You're a monster. You are a monster. An unbelievable monster. You are so cruel. The U.S. provided a flimsy excuse that the U.S. pilot was marking his position with a smoke generator, something this plane was not outfitted for, and would have been unnecessary because Cuban ATC had already radioed the U.S. plane asking if they had any technical difficulties. The U.S. plane N3093M was operated by the U.S. State Department, supposedly to destroy drug crops in Colombia. In fact, combating drug trafficking was used as a cover for covert biowarfare against the Cuban people. It's unbelievable, dude. We are ruthless tyrants. Oh, my God.
U.S. tariffs.
Well, earlier I spoke to Francisco Pichon, who's the UN's resident coordinator in Cuba. I asked him how bad the situation was on the ground.
The energy and the fuel crisis that we are facing is really the main humanitarian risk multiplier at this moment. And we are not currently describing this as a full-scale humanitarian emergency, but the risk is concerning, and it requires a lot of close monitoring and a lot of preventive action, and that is what we are focusing on at the moment.
How many days or weeks does Cuba have before it runs out of fuel completely?
This is not very clear. There has been numbers of days that have been mentioned in the media. The government has last week announced a contingency plan to limit the use of fuel to...
Like, think about it. Cuba was receiving rolling blackouts on the island. Even before this, their infrastructure has been... their infrastructure has taken tremendous hits from natural disasters in the region, right? And because of the blockade, because of the embargo, even before this point, you know, there has been, it's been very difficult. It's been very difficult to rebuild. And yet, all things considered, they've still been able to survive. They've still been able to exist. so close in the fucking ass cheeks of the most powerful empire this planet has ever seen. To understand how monstrous the U.S. blockade on Cuba is, think about the end game. What are they trying to achieve? The goal is clear: to starve the people to the point where they're too weak to resist an invasion, or so desperate that they're willing to accept U.S. control. To get to this point, the U.S. would have to plan on very severe starvation of the country. Another thing that they're doing is, right now, there are appropriate groups that the Cuban government has to allow into the country. Appropriate groups that the American government has sanctioned to do this duty. So they are first starving the island, and then they're going to say, oh, the only way that you can get oil and limited quantities of oil is through our state sanctioned, State Department affiliated groups. That's it. That's like that is how it works. A lot of people are confused about how things work. I myself I was confused about how things work in Cuba as well. And once I started setting up to go there last year, I learned a lot more. Like it was fascinating. Like for example, there is on the island there's a grid, there's an infrastructure for communications, and like AT&T is still technically serving the Cuban island, right? At all times. No, Kaya, you are desperate to be. Kaya, get out of there. Get out of there. It's crazy. She's literally like, please, I need you to step on me. I need you to roll over my tail with your wheels. I need your fat ass to roll over my tail, please. Another clip just dropped. Yeah. Run me over, please. I am desperate. Please run me over. No, I said my ass is fat. I mean, she's fat too. Let's be real. But yeah, as I was saying, so there is a like, what I assume they'll do is they'll offer very limited aid only through like State Department sanctioned groups, and the Cuban government is obviously desperate. And because to get to this point, the U.S. would have to plan on very severe starvation of the country, because remember, the Cubans fought a revolution against a U.S.-backed dictatorship, and they have struggled to survive under a U.S. blockade for half a century. They will not surrender their sovereignty easily. They will fight to the bitter end, and the U.S. understands this. The U.S. is gearing up for genocidal crimes. They backed the genocide in Gaza precisely in order to set a precedent that would allow them to do this themselves. It is pure, wanton barbarism. Every decent person with any shred of human values must resist this campaign with all their might. Now, for me, part of the reason why I wanted to go myself is to show, just like when I go to the protests, I want to show you the side of the protesters and not just like have this top-down view of what's going on. I want to do the very same thing in Cuba as well, to offer better insight, to offer a voice to people that is often voiceless in mainstream news. And yeah, that's my goal here as well. If the Cuban government simply started fair and free elections, that would be a huge step in the right direction. Here, you take a week off and really think about that. Do you know anything about the Cuban electoral process? No, you don't. You don't have any fucking clue how this shit works at all. Okay? They have a higher degree of election participation at the local level than you ever could imagine. So shut the fuck up. It's not fair and free elections. America doesn't give a fuck about elections at all. The notion that America even nominally cares about elections is such a stupid thing to say, especially at this moment. I mean, they fucking toppled the Venezuelan government, right? And what do? Now they are working with Delcy Rodriguez. It's the same government, dumbass. They overthrew a dictator. Oh, you're talking about the Cuban Revolution. Yes. When has America ever actually done anything at the behest of democracy? When they say, oh, we're going to bring democracy to your country, just know you're fucked. Okay? Get ready to fight. Armed revolutionary struggle, armed anti-colonial action. That's what you should get ready for when America says, oh, we're going to bring democracy to your country.
Very essential functions. And I think depending on how the...
Yeah, the 2019 Cuban referendum, constitutional referendum, granted equality and LGBTQ rights, due process, and it got like 90% of the fucking vote. Like, they literally are more woke than we are, even on the libtarded metrics that liberals care about when they talk about like civil society organizations and like, why we must topple certain governments because they're not gay enough or some shit, whatever the fuck liberals say when they want to do regime change, right? Ridiculous. Several states have agreed with the Fed government to remove active voters from the voter rolls right before the primaries. I know. Yeah, we don't even have fucking fair and free elections here. Shut up. It's so crazy that, like, I mean, it's the same with China. It's just the same with like every country that we have designed as a foreign adversary. The average American's understanding of these countries is so broken on purpose. You are being propagandized. Okay? Like, I bet many of you before the China trip, regardless of how much I talk about China, probably didn't know that, like, you can fucking, I don't know, say Winnie the Pooh, right? Like, it's shit like that that most people don't even know about. And it's the same with Cuba. It's just a normal fucking country. America's just decided to destroy it. That's it. That's the only problem there. Okay? You are literally the propagandist. Yeah, I know. Exactly. My propaganda is just speaking truth to power. My propaganda is going against multiple billions of dollars of unlimited reactionary propaganda that comes from the American fucking State Department. I know. I'm the one who's doing propaganda, not the American government, dumbass. You are so brilliant. Thank you.
Implementation of that plan goes, we will know. This energy and this fuel crisis is becoming a systemic issue in the sense that energy underpins health services, water systems, food distribution. We are experiencing then the effects cascade across essential services.
In your long experience in the United Nations, have you ever seen a country like this being bled dry through an energy blockade?
I think Cuba, has suffered this blockade for more than 60 years. But this oil blockade, as you said,
this is different.
It's an extreme, I would say this blockade is an extreme form of unilateral economic coercion.
Is it a crime?
Well, I cannot comment on whether or not it's a crime.
The Russians have...
Your job doesn't require you to be in America. Have you thought about leaving so your tax dollars don't go towards what you hate? No, I don't. I don't think about it. You want to know why? You want to know why I don't fucking think about leaving? Because this is my home, okay? This is where I have the most impact. This is where my loved ones are, okay? This is where my community is. And if everyone who has the power, who has the platform to fucking combat this American reactionary agenda just ran away, then this entire country would be filled to the brim with just fascists with no one to push back against it. And America would be even more violent than it currently is. Okay? So no, I'm not fucking leaving. Okay? What do you mean? I'm not leaving because there are plenty of people here that are kind people, good people, that don't have the capacity to leave. What do? Just say, fuck off, you're on your own? That's ridiculous. That's why I'm not fucking leaving.
Said today that they intend to send ships with fuel on board to help the Cubans. Are you worried that this might ignite another Cuban crisis?
I am sorry, I cannot comment on these questions. Our focus is really on the humanitarian needs. Sure. But this, as I said, the situation is concerning, and again, we still have a window for preventive action, and we hope that that there is an effort at a higher level to really alleviate this situation, because I think in perspective, this is what would have the greatest impact.
Okay, Francesco Pichon, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you for your interest.
All of these. Also, one of the most annoying aspects of this is, like, people also don't know shit about Cuba, so they'll be like, oh, you're doing tourism by hurting Cuba. Tourism is one of the only fucking lifelines for the goddamn island, okay? You're not even aware of that either. Like, that's also wrong. When people say, like, oh, tourists are just, like, fucking ruining the island, or tourists are going to Cuba and making things much worse or whatever, up until this last version of events, obviously, okay? Cuba ain't Japan, brother Lamau. No, dude. No, you're fucking wrong. You're wrong. Tourism is absolutely needed in Cuba. It's not like Hawaii. It's one of the only things that the Cuban island has to bring in foreign capital. In any case, right now is a little bit different. I'm not aware if they're still like desperate for tourism at this point because they don't have any what do you call it? They don't have any energy. They don't have any fucking oil. They need the oil for their hospitals. Really just compared Cuba to Hawaii? What do you think I'm comparing Cuba to Hawaii on?
Tourist hotels and
was in Cuba in 2024 and they stated outright that they needed the dollars tourists brought in to sustain the economy. People saying otherwise are stupid. Yeah.
Bars are empty, closed due to the energy crisis in Cuba, caused by an oil shortage imposed by the U.S. Though initially a cause for worry, tourists are reassured that there will be enough fuel to fly home, at least until the end of the month.
There was a danger that I might not be able to return because the airport says it doesn't have enough fuel for the planes. But this morning I asked the airline Copa and they say they can come pick us up and continue with the plan.
Tourists aren't the only ones who are worried. The industry is crucial for Cubans, already under pressure from the worst economic crisis the island has seen in a decade.
Tourism's historically been a lifeline for all Cubans. If that's affected, we're really going to be in trouble.
There you go.
It's not just me, it's the well-being of my whole family, all the people who live from tourism. It's a whole chain.
U.S. President Donald Trump vowed to deprive the communist island of the crude and threatened any country with tariffs who would provide it. He says Havana is ready to make a deal and that negotiations were underway, which Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel denies. He insists that his country has friends coming to the rescue and won't engage in dialogue under duress.
I'll start last to first.
Why would the people who closely follow the Constitution of the country, e.g. progressives, leave? The right needs to secede or work on passing constitutional amendments first. Yeah. Anyway, that's leaving America. I'm not talking about that anymore. I think it's stupid. One of the things that the American government is now entertaining is like potentially offering a little bit of oil, maybe like dangling it in front of the fucking Cuban population. Is disgusting. By the way, make no mistake, this is not my assessment either. The entire international community has time and time again demanded to stop the blockade, stop the embargo, with the exception of two countries that have consistently voted no at the General Assembly. Do you know who those two countries are? It's America and Israel. So whatever America says goes, and then we try to fucking talk about an international order here, you know? It's fucking bullshit. So, you know, this is my attitude about the previous iteration of the liberal order, their liberal international order. Okay. Come on. Oh God. I didn't get enough sleep last night. Ukraine has joined Israel and US on those votes? Sometimes, yes. So this is a good primer for you guys, I guess, to get into the Munich Security Conference, where, you know, global leaders come together and discuss how in the age of Trump they are going to restore the NATO Atlanticist liberal international order. Okay, now is the time for bravery, and that bravery extends to the likes of AOC as well. I personally believe that there's an opportunity here, a unique opportunity to make necessary changes. AOC had a speech that she delivered and numerous takes that she had.
You know, I think
as the previous international rule-based order is collapsing with Trump's gangsterist, dangerous, vulgar imperialism, directed not only at nations in the periphery, but also directed at American allies, longstanding allies, white countries. People are trying to figure out what to do. Let's take a look.
This is a moment where we are seeing our presidential administration tear apart the transatlantic partnership, rip up every democratic norm, and, you know, really calling into question, as was mentioned by David Carney at the World Economic Forum, the rules-based order that we have, or question mark, do we have? And so I think one of the reasons why, not just myself, but many of our colleagues here, in fact, Democrats, many Democrats that are here as well, is because we want to tell a larger story, that what is happening is indeed very grave. And we are in a new era, domestically and globally. There have been many leaders who've said we will go back. And I think we have to recognize that we are in a new day and in a new time. But that does not mean that the majority of Americans are ready to walk away from a rules-based order and that we're ready to walk away from our commitment to democracy. I think what we identify is that in a rules-based order, hypocrisy is vulnerability. And so I think what we are seeking is a return to a rules-based order that eliminates the hypocrisies around when too often in the West we look the other way for inconvenient populations to act out these paradoxes, whether it is, you know, kidnapping a foreign head of state, whether it is threatening our allies to colonize Greenland, whether it is looking the other way in a genocide. Hypocrisies are vulnerabilities, and they threaten democracies globally. And so I think many of us are here to say, we are here and we are ready for the next chapter, not to have the world turn to isolation, but to deepen our partnership on greater.
If one more person sends me Cenk being a 9/11 was an inside job take, I'm just going to fucking... I'm not even going to Cuba because I'm just going to shoot myself in a rocket directly in the direction of Mars and die on the die before I reach the fucking asteroid belt, okay? Like, please, I know, chatters. I know, it's funny. He's a 9/11 truther now. I know. Please, shut the fuck up, okay? Let me cover this first, and then we'll get to that shit. Okay? Yes, I know. I have a reactionary unk, okay? It is my most relatable trait, I know. And now he's becoming a 9/11 truther unk, okay? Please, please. The amount of fucking text messages I've received from friends and loved ones, like, have you seen this? Yes, I have. I see everything, okay? It's so funny because for years and years, you know, he was the one who pulled me aside to be like, how dare you say what you said about 9/11? And now look at him. It should be my moment of vindication. But it's not, because you guys are being fucking annoying. I'll get to it later.
And increase commitment to integrity to our values.
Just a 20-second follow-up, really, just quick. Are there any...
I've been posting pro-Cuba sentiment, and it's been getting dragged on the timeline. Yeah, guess what? Here is a crumb of hope for you, okay? This is what I was talking about as far as like maintaining revolutionary optimism and taking small victories, no matter how minor they might seem, and building on them. October 6, 2023. If you were to say something about Israel, you would be punished in the same fucking way, okay? You have to remember that people are smarter than we give them credit, okay? That if you show them over and over again, if you're resilient, if you're stubborn, if you keep pushing back, and if you show them the truth, you can lean on the side of justice. You can lean on people's nature, people's interest in being empathetic and understanding, and you can show them what the truth actually is, okay? It would have been unforeseeable to arrive at a position where the overwhelming majority of Western society would be on the side of Palestinians as opposed to Israel. Billions of dollars of propaganda created an information environment where you would get deplatformed, you get punished. And look at us now. And while people say, That doesn't mean anything. Palestinians are still suffering. Change takes time. I know that seems silly to say. I know that means perhaps you feel like it means nothing to the Palestinians that are being slaughtered still to this day. But the reality of the matter is it does mean something for those people on the ground. I know. I've talked to them. I've talked to them in person. I try to show you their perspective all the time. I talk to them directly like I did with Belal Khaled when I was in Qatar. That's the reason why I have those conversations, so you understand that your advocacy does matter to them. They hear it, they see it, they understand that one day they will be free. So if they can maintain that commitment, because they don't really have the opportunity to succumb to nihilism anyway, because nihilism is the poison for those who are privileged, because they don't have the privilege to say, all right, fuck it. We're all going to die, I guess. Right? If they can maintain optimism in spite of being victims to a genocide, and they can internalize the support that they're getting from the West now, and if that gives them confidence, you can too. So just remember, change does happen. It just takes a long time. And because we're not on this planet for, the human lifespan is short. We're not on this planet for an extended period of time. You're not here sometimes to see that change take place. You have to hold on to any sort of modest, any sort of marginal victory you get. So just because you believe that it's very difficult to get your message across about the humanity of the Cubans and the starvation and the cruelty that they've been subjected to, endless punishments by the American state, just because that message doesn't work today, just because people are pushing back on it today, doesn't mean that they won't be by your side tomorrow. Remember, one day, everyone will have been against this. It's the same in Gaza, and it's the same in Cuba as well. Okay? That's why I think this community matters as well. I just got hit with the CIA sneezing gun. But that's why I think this community matters as well. Like, there is a massive fucking community that is pushing back. Like, you have solidarity here. You have like-minded people here. You have people whose starting positions might have been oblivious to the Cuban realities, right? And now they're on board. So arm yourself with that confidence, knowing full well that your fellow man in this community, that is, again, a very large one that many are fearful of, it seems, one that hopefully restores your sanity in an otherwise outright insane world, is out there offering a voice to the voiceless, and that plenty of people here have changed their minds as well, in spite of the billions of dollars of propaganda working against them, working against us. So you just can't back away. You just have to keep pushing through. You have to be resilient. You have to be strong. And you have to chip away at it, slowly but surely. Old men. Society only prospers when old men plant seeds for trees they will never sit in the shade of. You just got to keep putting your best foot forward, right? We're here to plant those fucking seeds. Anyway, having said that, let's get back to the Munich Security Conference.
Particular institutions that a democratic administration would want to save, like your voters. Is it NATO? Is it the climate accord? Is it the Iran nuclear? Are there some things where, just give me a lily pad?
Well, first and foremost, I think we need to revisit our commitments to international aid, not just USAID, but the dozens of global compacts that this current Secretary of State and President Trump have withdrawn from. They are looking to withdraw the United States from the entire world so that we can turn into an age of authoritarians that can carve out the world where Donald Trump can command the Western Hemisphere and Latin America as his personal sandbox, where Putin can saber rattle around Europe and try to bully around our own allies there, and for essentially authoritarians to have their own geographic domains. And it actually is the
By the way, I want to say something here that I think is important. What she doesn't call out by name here is just as important as who she calls out by name. Okay? I need you to understand. There's a country that is the number one foreign adversary for the NatSec liberals and also the neocons as well. She did not say China. She did not say Xi Jinping. Okay. Also, she's in Munich. Of course, she has to say fucking Putin. Are you kidding me? It's like they'll shoot you. They'll take you out back and shoot you if you don't say Adolf Hitler must be deposed. All right. Two things you can't say in Germany. Okay, Israel's committing a genocide, and you can't say you can't get away without like mentioning Adolf Hitler every now and then. You gotta. They will kill you. They will beat you with hammers. They won't shoot you. They don't have guns. They don't have as many guns. But you gotta say Putler. And she also did say genocide. So Israel's committing a genocide. So that's it's modest, but it's important.
Trans-Pacific Partnership, it is our global alliances that can be a hard stop against authoritarian consolidation of power.
Like, this is, again, it left me wanting more for sure. Okay? It left me wanting more. Absolutely. I mean, compare this to my impromptu speech, which is not exactly great either. Let's be real. I didn't maintain any brevity. I was very wordy. I had a lot of ahs and ums when I was talking in Canada about this exact same issue, right? About this exact same change that we're all seeing. I do have a different perspective than she does. Yeah, you're not a lawmaker. It doesn't matter. Again, now is the time for bravery. It doesn't matter that she's a lawmaker. Obviously, I can get away with saying whatever the fuck I want to. I'm not expecting her to be like, Mao Zedong has some very good ideas or some shit. Okay, calm down. But it's a good start, and we must expand on it. But I think the fundamental difference here that I need AOC to hopefully get to, Matt Duss to hopefully get to, is that the only way to combat the growth of fascism is through socialist organizing and is through the worker-backed movements that must grow in all of these countries. Because historically, capital is always aligned. Titans of industry have always aligned with fascism at a time when capitalism is in crisis. Fascism is seen as the stable option when liberalism can no longer control the contradictions worsening. Okay? And I think there is a real opportunity to make a coherent point here that will stick with a lot of people. Okay? And for the chatter saying, hey, brother, it isn't happening. If Zohran Mamdani, a little fucking socialist power, is coming out and shitting on Cuba's government, it's over. It's not. It's not. You'll see. I think AOC in the upcoming days will have a stronger stance in protecting Cuba and like releasing the sanctions on Cuba than Zohran Mamdani did. And hopefully it'll give courage to other people as well to come out. Hopefully one of AOC's weakest instincts, in my opinion, is whenever she gets any pushback whatsoever from a standpoint theory exhibiting, Cuban American reactionary, she will back away. Hopefully she'll say fuck off and she'll keep pushing. Okay? Because the reality of the matter is that's coming, right? She needs to know that that's coming. And yes, Zoran as mayor, though, is total, absolute fucking cope. Are you kidding me? Zoran is a fucking DSA activist, first and foremost. Before he was a mayor for years, DSA is one of the most pro-Cuban organizations in the country. The DSA has an entire committee dedicated to Cuba. How the fuck do you think I talk to Cuban government officials on this broadcast? I talk to them through DSA. I've made these connections through literally DSA. DSA does missions to Cuba with regular frequency. Zohran Mamdani should know that as well. And I know he knows that too. I think Zoran's statement on Cuba was disastrous. It was disastrous, but it's utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. this kind of sentiment coming from AOC will give him more courage to speak on these things as well. I'm not sure how an American politician is supposed to sell your brand from yesterday. We're essentially saying that the countries need to move away from the United States, but as a nation state, it is the U.S. interest to keep influence, even if it's more moral influence. I just don't think any politician will do anything beyond a good neighbor style policy. No, I'm not saying I'm not saying that American politicians should should use the same exact sentiment. I'm saying that global intervention has never been done at the behest of the American population, the workers. It has always been done at the behest of multinational conglomerates and the international capital owning class. And in order to combat against fascism at the domestic level and combat against fascism, which is imperialism at the international level, we have to organize against it. First at the domestic level, then against it at the international level through solidarity again, in uniting the working class all around the globe. These are the types of things you can say. Politicians have said this. Go back and listen to fucking FDR and shit. You know what I mean? Like American politicians used to say shit like this. It's kind of crazy that we've lost that. We've completely lost this internationalist perspective because slowly but surely that is eroded through American engineering around the globe. It's kind of crazy. Like it's not like post-Truman, post-Eisenhower, we slowly chipped away at it. But even those guys would every now and then slip in this kind of perspective, even though they were the death dealers themselves, right? So it's kind of wild to compare. It's kind of wild to compare like even a fucking JFK speech to the average Democrat now, the most progressive Democrat now. That's how far we have fallen from this previous perspective. So what I'm saying is not necessarily like reinventing the wheel at all. There are plenty of politicians all around the world who also share this framework. I think charting a new path where countries have sovereignty, where countries have dignity, is the appropriate measure. Okay?
Particularly in the installation of regional puppet governments.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, you are a Democrat. You are a member of the House of Representatives. Has the left betrayed the people? Has your party betrayed its base?
Yes, you know, what was the name of the individual from your story?
Guido.
Guido. It's funny that you asked this question because...
Is the mic working?
Is the microphone on? Thank you. Thank you. It's funny that you asked.
One day everyone will have been against this, a direct condemnation of retroactive whitewashing on a permission to hug and cuddle for ex-liberal Zios and military and vets, loving Yanks, and pull them to the ruthless systems, be kind of people, live apology of bullshit. Brother, I don't know how to explain this to you, but there are no untarnished folks, okay? There's none. There's no such thing. These systems that we fight against are all powerful. They're all encompassing. Okay? You are going to need allies. It's that simple. Could you imagine Lenin being like, "Hey, people who were previously in the czarist militaries that played a role in putting down the peasantry, you have no room in the you have no room in our military. You have no room in our revolution. You cannot be allies to us." Like, can you fucking imagine if that's how this worked historically? Oh, I'm sorry. Are you the czarist cavalry? It's not gonna. We can't work with you. Sorry, we're gonna turn down people that we could bring in. Yeah, Mao saying to the KMT soldiers, don't actually come to our side. We must not convert you. We have no reason to work with you whatsoever. Okay? When they change, yeah, but someone thinking these people are subhuman and die, how am I supposed to think? I don't need you to think, because you're not thinking right now. You're just thinking of the most extreme hypothetical. Every single person is a potential enemy that is cynically making it seem as though they're on your side. We have to give people room to grow. I can do that. Maybe you don't have the privilege to do that. I have the privilege to do that. I'm going to keep doing that. Okay? I don't give a fuck what people have done in the past, as long as what they're doing right now is moving in the direction of justice for the oppressed peoples, the dispossessed masses all around the world. That's it. That's my attitude. You can say it's privileged. You can have a nihilistic perspective on that. You can assume that no one is actually trying to change. It doesn't fucking matter to me. Okay? That's it. I don't know how the modern left movements got to this point of like tremendous privilege, in my opinion, where they just have they act as though everyone is already a fucking revolutionary with a copy of the Red Book on one hand and a rifle on the other. Lenin would disagree with you. China was occupied at the time. How does that relate to America? You're right. There is no room for fucking any sort of revolutionary interpretation and application to modernity right now, especially considering that everybody at the time thought that the successful revolution would be in fucking Germany, would be in England, these industrial nations that actually had a robust working class that were organizing at the assembly line. Why did it fail there? Should we wait for the American masses to look like the peasantry of the past? Or should we try to work with the confines that we have? Work with the realities that we have at our disposal? Like, a lot of people are defeatist. A lot of people are fucking defeatist. They just say like, oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I mean, there's nothing resembling the conditions of successful communist revolutions here in the United States of America. I know. Okay? I know that. You think I'm not aware of that? I am aware of that. But we don't have the numbers right now. We don't have the capacity. This is not like, this is not like voting out the Trotskyists and seizing control over the Russian government, the USSR at the time. Like, there hasn't been a successful revolution where you can just like maybe thin out the ranks with naysayers and remove them from positions of power for exhibiting counter-revolutionary behavior. Okay? It's so fucking stupid. You have nothing. We're beggars, okay? We can't be choosers. We have nothing right now. We have no movement. We have no class consciousness. We have no vanguard. And you're over here being like, yeah, there's 11 people in my fucking reading group, and the 12th guy I don't fully agree with, so fuck that 12th guy. Let me be honest, the Dems will betray the American working class again while they send bombs to Israel and aid too. Yes, I know that. What the fuck are you talking about? You're not even talking about the Social Democrats betraying the Marxist-Leninists or the communists now. And now you're talking about a bourgeois liberal party. Of course the Democrats are going to fucking betray the American working class again. I'm just simply saying that currently we don't have anything. We don't have anything at our disposal. We have no power, so we have to work with what we have. That's it. Then why work with them? Oh my God. Every single fucking day, man. Every single day with you motherfuckers. Build communism right now. Shut the fuck up. Just build communism right now. Build communism today. Build communism yesterday. Hit the communism button that I refuse to hit because I'm a fucking revisionist. I am a revisionist social fascist myself, and that's why I have this refusal to build communism today. You have the button at your disposal. Hit it. Press the communism button right now. Stop LARPing. I can't believe that this is like a everyday experience where I have to like go through the motions of explaining to people that, yes, I am aware of that a liberal bourgeois capitalist party is not going to be your fucking salvation. It's not going to magically overnight turn into a communist party or ever turn into a fucking communist party at all. I want you to hit the communism button for me. No, I'm refusing to hit it. I'm refusing to build a communism today and tomorrow and the day after. This is my biggest argument as well. A revolution right now would probably turn out like the French or other revolutions that ended up with reactionary wins. The numbers do not favor a progressive win. It takes time. No, like we don't even have the conditions set for a bourgeois revolution. Like what you're referencing is bourgeois revolutions. We're not even there. So that's not happening either. A proletarian revolution is certainly not happening, but a bourgeois revolution won't happen in America right now either. Okay? The treats are plenty. People are too sedated. People are too comfortable. There are some bounties of being a part of the labor aristocracy. living in the imperial core that allows you to, you know, not question the way things are going, to feel comfortable. In that environment, I try to work to build some kind of revolutionary movement. In that environment, I work to build class consciousness first. In the absence of class consciousness, you will never have revolutionary organizing. You will never have socialist organizing. A lot of people are self-described liberals. It's that simple. Anyway, let's continue.
Ask this question about Guido, because in many ways I relate to him.
I'm begging you, please. People don't understand the nuance of what you're saying, and you don't do yourself favors by yelling about the communism button daily, Lamau. I get what you're saying, but people are frustrated because they want to see PSL/DSA like take the limelight as the duopoly is historically unpopular. They're not mad at you, Hassan. They're mad at the situation. I know. It don't matter. Why do you think Nat Turner and John Brown work? Would it have worked with his method of slight appeasement and pragmatism? What is different? I have hope in my people. Wait, what? Brother, I have a dramatically different role to play here. Are you fucking insane? Like, I talk about historic examples all the time, including Nat Turner, including John Brown. But you have to literally be off your fucking rocker if you think I'm going to be like, hey guys, hey comrades, time to do terrorism. Okay? What are you, fucking stupid? What the fuck are you talking about? Hello? Chatter literally is like, dude, get lasered by a fucking Reaper drone right now. Like, immediately. No, that's not a Fed. That's just a person who's angry and doesn't have, and understandably doesn't see any other way out of this. What? You only want communism because you think you would be a part of the elite class, guy who understands communism. You don't want to live in the socialized housing. Oh my God. What am I doing? I gotta stop listening to fucking chuds in the chat.
Aspects of his story. I was first elected.
I'm already in the elite class under capitalism, you fucking moron! What are you saying? What are you saying? I'm in the fucking 0.1% of the global fucking wealthy class, living in the heart of empire in Los Angeles, California, one of the most expensive real estate markets on the fucking planet. What class do you think I am a part of? Sure, from a Marxist perspective, my revenue, my wealth comes from what I'm doing. Voluntary subscriptions for the Piker Broadcasting Service for people like you. But even from your dumbass perspective, how much better could it get for me? I live in fucking Disneyland. If you're above a certain level of wealth and affluence in this country, it's literally Disneyland, okay? It's unlimited freedom. I can't even go a day without having motherfuckers be like, oh, you just want to be a part of the fucking ruling class. If I wanted to, I'd be sucking up to the Republicans. I'd be sucking up to the Democrats, not trying to fucking change the trajectory of America. What the fuck's wrong with you? ICE is authorized to covertly infiltrate and interact with social media accounts on her new program called Mass Engagement, per documents leaked to me.
When I was in 2018, and I was a waitress in New York City. I had no health insurance. I could not pay my rent. And I consistently saw a party that championed special interests.
Apologize
the
now
elite,
for what?
And a Democratic Party that was very much kind of telling working people that everything was fine when it in fact wasn't. And after I was elected, I remember I was crossing this threshold, and there was this closed door meeting of many high-ranking Democratic Party officials, people that you see in the news and all of that. And they derided behind closed doors at that time, a long time ago. They derided many of the populist demands that I had run my campaign on. And I had defeated a 20-year Democratic incumbent that was part of Democratic Party leadership. And they said $15 minimum wage at that time, way too high, too severe. The idea of tuition-free public colleges and universities, too far. Expanding health insurance and Medicare, too extreme. And these are all the things that I, as a waitress, had campaigned on and had been major pain points in my life. And then they said, we have to listen to working class people more. And I think that that encapsulates much of the betrayal that the working class in the United States had felt. But we have also come a long way since then, and we have a long way to go. The United States right now is experiencing a political pendulum, and depending, really, the party that is seen most as betraying the working class tends to be the governing party in this moment. Right now, that happens to be the Republican majority. But really, what we are seeing over the last 8 years, I think, has been a growing recognition that of those past errors that go back, that include military interventionism in the Iraq War, that include a recognition of NAFTA as a failed policy for many rural and working class communities. And now I think we are moving in this direction of increased recognition that we have to have a working class centered politics if we are going to succeed, and also if we are going to stave off the scourges of authoritarianism, which also provides political sirens, political siren calls to allure people into finding scapegoats to blame. Authoritarianism.
Genuine question, but how does the American leftist movement survive when the Dems put all the money behind Gavin Newsom or Kamala Harris in 2028? Genuinely asking, because with the state of things, it seems like all that money and all those super delegates are going to Newsom or Harris. I know I'm a bit of a cynic, but I guess my question ultimately is, how the fuck are we supposed to be not supposed to be doomer-pilled? You can't be doomer-pilled. You just have to keep working towards that goal, no matter what happens. You have to keep working towards that goal. You never know what might happen. Look, 2016, out of nowhere, Bernie Sanders is like, I'm running against Hillary Clinton, establishment candidate. Now, 10 years after the fact, in the United States of America, one of the most reactionary anti-communist countries, anti-socialist countries on the fucking planet, if not the most anti-communist, anti-socialist country on the planet, 33% of the Democratic Party's base is self-identifying as democratic socialists. These things take time, but change happens, not spontaneously, but change happens in a way that you cannot even fucking fathom. That's it. Having a candidate that represents your interests, having a base that is actually more angry than ever before, having a weak Democratic Party, for example, with media organs that can actually push and overcome the faucet of misinformation coming from mainstream media, the attacks that are coming from the usual suspects. You never know where that can go. Okay? That's it. It didn't happen back then, but you never know. It might happen now. And if it doesn't happen now, it might happen 5 years from now, 10 years from now. You just have to keep exhausting all of the options. You just have to keep exhausting all the options. You just have to create the perfect opportunity for change to take place. And when it does, people will go, wow, this happened overnight. This happened spontaneously. I always go back to Palestine, but on this issue, I'm going to go back to it. People have been chipping away with awareness initiatives about the Palestinian plight for the last 80 fucking years. Since 1948. Since 1948, people have been doing this. And it seemed like after October 7, in a matter of 2 years, against billions of dollars of propaganda, the most pervasive advocacy network, the most pervasive mechanisms of control, the Western populations woke up to the reality almost overnight in comparison to the past fucking 80 years. But if the past 80 years of work wasn't there, okay, if the technological advantages weren't there that the Palestinians used to communicate their plight directly to the Western populations, things that previously would have been considered, unfathomable, unforeseeable, none of this would have happened. Okay? So you never know when change will take place. You just have to keep trying to set events in motion, and you have to keep pushing so that when the opportunity comes, we have robust organizing. And then the latecomers will think, oh, wow, this happened overnight. How crazy. I'm a part of it now. But you just cannot give up on solidarity. People don't realize how much has changed. My tennis playing country club aunt with a broker husband is ready to burn it all down. This happened in the last 3 months. Yes, even at the domestic level. I only want to eat the 5th dumpling because that's the one that filled me up. Exactly. People don't want to think about the 4 dumplings that came before. They want to think about the 5th dumpling and go, well, this triggered it. This triggered the change for me. I am no longer starving. That's not how that works.
Which also provides political sirens, political siren calls to allure people into finding scapegoats to blame for rising economic inequality, both domestically and globally.
So when you run for president, are you going to impose a wealth tax or a billionaire's tax?
I don't think that I don't think that anyone, and that we don't have to wait for any one president to impose a wealth tax. I think that it needs to be done expeditiously.
And interestingly, when I wrote about wealth tax recently, and of course the big argument
It's so funny. She tried to sneak that in there. You're kind of like that guy that has tried every fruit. That's such a stupid comparison.
against this is always capital flight. The US is actually uniquely placed to do it because you guys tax on the basis of citizenship, so people can't flee, you know? And even if you change your citizenship, there's basically an exit tax because you have to pay a tax on unrealized capital gains. I learned this just recently. Manfred Weber, you are the
Donald Trump.
Yeah, we'll compare AOC's takes to Gavin Newsom. Yuck. But Matthew Petty said the left response to all this is unlimited NATOism. We're not going to make it, which I kind of agree with. That's why I said it was like a little bit less than what I expected. You know, as far as like going back to the you know, rule-based international order, all this stuff, like I don't think that's the best. I think that was the weakest point of her sentiment that she was expressing, but that's Matt Duss, I think. Here is AOC saying, here's AOC's takes on China, which I like.
There's this frame between conflict and competition. I think sometimes, depending on what's happening, that rhetoric can get a little conflict-driven. And I think that it's really a question of competition, and to the governor's point, fair competition. But when I think about that, I think about how the United States, if you want to assert oneself as a global competitor, the kinds of things that one would do in order to really assert that position is investments in science and technology, which we are gutting our NIH, we are gutting our health science research, we are cutting the very things that make us a global power in that respect in terms of government and public funded research, which is what allows innovation in a more broad sense as opposed to privatized research. An ascendant global power would invest heavily in innovative energy solutions so that it could be sovereign in terms of in that respect. And the United States at this point, instead of expanding our energy mix, we are actively narrowing our energy mix to become increasingly more reliant on fossil fuels instead of, in contrast to what you see is happening in China. Yes, they burn a very large amount of fossil fuels, but they have also invested dramatically in wind and solar and in energy innovation. And so to me, I see this as a question of competition and, of course, of trade, to the governor's point. But we have to make sure that we are having, I think, a reflection and a reflective conversation about how are we positioning ourselves to continue to offer the world the best of what America has to offer.
AOC explained her take about international rule-based order in the speech about Mark Carney. Mehdi Hassan and Emma reposted it. How many tabs do you need, Unc? Unlimited. Unlimited tabs. Tabs upon tabs. Here, let's she expands a little bit more on the post rule-based order, stuff like that. Here, we are shocked at the president's destruction of our relationship with the European allies. His threatening over Greenland is not a joke. It is not funny. It threatens the very trust that allows peace to persist.
So that certainly behind private closed doors, they say, look.
I do think, I will say this again, she needs to be way more ruthless about Israel, okay? No more getting outflanked by MTG. We can't be doing that. I know that that's like still considered a third rail for some fucking reason amongst people who have ambitions of higher office. It's not. You will 100p. You will skyrocket in your popularity if you force the rest of the conversation that shies away from saying certain things about Israel. If you say certain things about Israel that others will not because they're even more afraid than you, if all they're saying is, oh, I'm not going to take money from AIPAC, If you just come out and you're like, sanctions on Israel is a necessity as long as the apartheid continues. This is unconscionable. This is an unconscionable crime. It's immoral. It's morally repugnant. It has no place in 2026. The very fact that it's still continuing with American weapons, with American political cover, is completely unacceptable. And every single European leader in this room knows exactly what I'm saying right now, and they're too afraid to say it out loud. So I will be that voice of bravery, because I know that the people back this position. I know that the American population is also aware of this reality, that we must put an end to this barbarism. If she said that, I swear to fucking God, it would be the Zoran, I'm not going to Israel moment. It would be her Zoran, I'm not going to Israel moment. I know for a fucking fact. Now, of course, they might kill her if she says that, but you know, I don't think AOC feels very confident on foreign policy matters. She never really has. Whenever she talks about it, it's a lot less passionate, a lot more wishy-washy than domestic policy. She needs a bit more confidence. I know. It's yes. AOC is American. That's unfortunately the problem. Like low key. I mean, she's Puerto Rican, so like there's that element of it that I think guides her perspective a little bit. But yes, if you're American, you're going to have American takes, okay? You grew up in America, you're going to have American takes. No disrespect. It's just how it is.
The one question I want to ask the U.S. is, if I'm in trouble, will you come and help me? Are you still an ally? Or do we need to really decouple or certainly de-risk? Your answer to that, Congresswoman.
Well, I mean, we are, of course, representing a broad spectrum of the United States here today. And I think I'm very grateful that we have, you know, it's unfortunate, I guess we have to speak to the elephant in the room, that the partisanship in the United States has made this question something that even has to be asked behind closed doors in the first place. I know that the Democratic Party is here for our allies. We are shocked at the president's destruction of our relationship with our European allies. His threatening over Greenland is not a joke. It is not funny. It threatens the very trust and relationships that allow peace to persist. And so I believe what I can say is that unequivocally, the vast majority of the American people do not want to see these relationships frayed, and they are committed to our partnerships and our relationships and our allies.
Governor?
I would just second that. You know, as
oh God, it's like liberal Atlanticism. Like I feel like. I mean, that is definitely. This is a real disagreement that I have with Matt Duss, who sincerely believes in NATO Atlanticism. Like he genuinely believes that, like, you know, America is a force for good, and when you're running for president, you can't say America's a force for evil, right? You can't say that. I think the better point there is to say we've been doing what we've done to Greenland to every other country, right? Why is liberal Atlanticism to say we shouldn't invade Greenland and alienate our allies? Isn't it good to have allies even if it's not NATO? No, the real point there is to say the major difference with what Trump is doing as opposed to like American engineering of the global design in the past is that Trump is basically saying the quiet part out loud. We've kind of done this to every other country. I mean, look at the Iraq War. There are certain things that you can point to that is now established as an overall mistake, right? I know that you and I don't consider that to be a mistake. We consider that to be business as usual. That's just how it works, right? But you can literally lean onto that. You can lean onto the bravery exhibited by administrations in the past. Like, for example, with Cuba, you could say this is what Barack Obama did. This was a different path that was opening up for Cuba that Barack Obama did, and we should go back to that. We should restore that relationship. The fact that we're punishing them for no reason other than the ambitions of Marco Rubio and Donald Trump is completely unheard of. It's unacceptable, right? There are ways to massage this conversation in a way that like liberals can understand. I think this goes a little bit too much in the direction of vulgar Brandonism, in my opinion, and I don't really like it that much. I mean, it's not wrong. She's not wrong to say, like, we're fucking trying to invade Greenland. That's ridiculous. Like, Denmark is a NATO nation. This is a a profoundly important alliance for the United States of America, right? For our interests. And I don't disagree with that statement at all. It's totally correct. But at a conference like this, I think when you're laying your stake out or when you're laying down your foreign policy positions, I think you have more room for courage. And I think people are desperate for alternatives. People are desperate for an alternative vision. Yeah. Adam Johnson has a lot to say. This cheesy MSNBC line that Trump is carving up the world into spheres of influence with authoritarian pals in Russia and China takes account for. Well, she didn't say China. Chill on that, Adam. She didn't say China. She implied it, but she didn't say it. And that's important. The U.S. military has not withdrawn at all from Europe and Asia. Trump is currently gearing up to bomb Iran, very much in Asia. This word authoritarian is unhelpful and flattening and cheesy and papers over many of the obvious hypocrisies and contradictions she herself noted. We tried Dust's woke NATO shtick. It got us billions in arms to Saudi Arabia, genocide in Gaza, and a return to Trump. This is also true. That's why I said this is like vulgar Brandonism, a restoration of the liberal international order, NATO Atlanticism, liberal Atlanticism, pro-NATO. That's what Brandon brought us. And Brandon also brought us complete collapse of those systems because it's over. Liberalism is failing around the world, and I do think that like any sort of restoration of that previous international order is simply going to only galvanize the fascists. Is only going to make the fascists pick apart those contradictions, exhaust those contradictions. We tried Dust's woke NATO shtick. It got us billions in arms in Saudi Arabia, genocide in Gaza. Like, I don't think Dust is as big as a villain as people present him as, for the record. I do want to say, like, in this community, everybody says he's a genocidal warmonger. He's the horrible monster. I think that like Matt Dust is nowhere near as evil as the way people present him as, and people yell at me for saying this. But we do have significant areas of disagreement. I just think he's wrong. I don't know how to explain it other than that. I think he's wrong. He's wrong on some of these issues. I think it's misguided. I think we need a more honest and subversive narrative for a progressive foreign policy that isn't just liberal intervention, but not evil this time, we promise. I agree with that take. That's my favorite part of this assessment, is that, like, this is vulgar Brandonism, but this time is different. It's going to be peaceful. Like, I don't think America being world police is a good thing, because I have eyes and a working brain, and I have seen what American world police looks like for the victims, right? Many Americans, unfortunately, don't see that because they've been conditioned not to see that. They don't give a shit about the impact because they don't learn about the impact at all. So there's that. Although, having said that, people are kind of seeing the victims in the case of Israel, especially because, like, there's this weird disassociation from Israel, as though it's a foreign country operating at the behest of foreign interests, right? Americans have deluded themselves. Americans have been propagandized into thinking that Israel is operating as a separate entity, and that's precisely the reason why that's actually backfiring on Israel right now. So there is an opportunity, unlike ever before, to educate as many Americans as possible with an anti-imperialist sentiment, to explain to them that this kind of adventurism is not beneficial for you. If you want to talk about it from a selfish perspective, you can do so. You can point to China and say, they don't do this fucking bullshit. And look, they got high-speed rail. They've been able to develop tremendously. One must ask the question why they're able to develop so much. Perhaps they're using all of the bounties of not necessarily capital accumulation, but all of the bounties of industrialization and development in a much different way. They're investing back into themselves. And they are doing this without colonialism and genocide. I'm not talking about fucking separationist movements being stamped out right now. That plays a totally separate role from colonialism and what America has done around the world, okay? Yes, the Chinese government is not infallible and perfect. Please, I know everyone is going to go Tibet, Xinjiang. Okay, it plays a dramatically different role. Not perfect. That's an understatement. Bitch, from where we're standing, what are you talking about? You are an American, or at the very least living in fucking Europe. What are you talking about, dude? Stop with this bullshit. The fuck do you mean? Oh, far from perfect. Stop it. China is asshole. Like, this past week, this past month, we have found out that an international pedophilic cabal of elites are basically designing the world in whichever way they see fit, while also sex trafficking children, okay? And the American government that is at the heart of this international sex trafficking operation is doing nothing about it, okay? And you're over here being like, well, what about, China's perfect, far from good. What the fuck do you mean? Bitch, look at us. Look at us. Every country without democracy is not good. Okay, well, it turns out there are, if you're looking at not just theoretical democracy as it exists in America or Japan or all these other countries, these liberal capitalist countries, your voice sounds like nails on a chalkboard. Why are you in here then? Why are you in here? I don't understand that. You know? Our managed democracy is far better. Okay, well, we have a pedocracy, a pedophile democracy that specifically yields the maximum best possible results for our pedophilic elite, okay? So no, maybe it's not better. Who knows? If one accepts the premise a Dem president and the liberal foreign policy structure committed genocide as AOC ostensibly does, then what are the next steps to hold these people and institutions accountable that we're just moving on to liberal rules-based order fluff is morally unserious? Yeah, that contradiction is not being exhausted in this circumstance. When you say we got to go back to the rule-based order, when the vulgar Brandonism and the rule-based order that came from vulgar Brandonism yielded unlimited genocide of the Palestinians. And that you have to address, especially because you recognize that it's, a genocide, right? So let's hear what she has to say about the so-called rule-based order.
And there was this undertone, this undercurrent, this suggestion that it was a rules-based order sometimes. And I think that is the issue that lies before us, is that in a so-called rules-based order, the rules for whom? Because
you would not stop coming up in the first place. Anyway, you suck. Bye.
To the United States,
love
Europe,
you. Bye.
its allies, and we would carve out exceptions for the global South. And I think that when you have a rules-based order where you carve out exceptions to our values, exceptions to our rules, eventually the exceptions become the rules. And I think that, to your original point, over the last 5 years, we've seen such a breaking and such a fraying of these alleged Western values that people wonder if it ever existed in the first place. So I don't know if it's necessarily that we are in a post-rules-based order. I think it's possible that we were in a pre-rules-based order. And we have an opportunity to explore what a world would look like if we upheld democracy, human rights, trade that actually centers working class people instead of accruing overwhelmingly the benefits of trade to the wealthiest. But if we reoriented a new era that could actually help people and show how foreign policy and healthy foreign policy can show up and help them in their lives.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all. I mean, she says the rule-based order's grand design has never yielded good outcomes to the global South. Like, I mean, I'll take it. It's far better than the average liberal sentiment. It's not NATO Atlanticist. Like, it's not the fucking nice words, nothing more though. Man, shut the fuck up. This is a word situation, bitch. fuck you mean nice words? What do you want her to do? Assassinate the fucking global leadership of the pedophilic cabal at the fucking Munich conference? What are you talking about? Of course, it's words time, okay? Right now, she's at a conference. Like, it's a fucking round table. It's time for words. Sometimes it's time for actions, but this is time for words. It's words time. So we're analyzing her words. That's funny. We want her to be Zoran. Zoran's foreign policy is fucking dog water, okay? Shut the fuck up about Zoran right now. Mr. Cuba and Venezuela are despotic, tyrannical, authoritarian countries. Don't bring up Zoran right now. He's better on Israel than AOC is. Well, we'll see how much better in action, but that don't mean he's better on all the foreign policy. Day 3 of the conference is when they usually start assembling the guillotines. Yeah. The way the entire clip factory and news cycles focus on AOC and not Whitmer, someone in a higher position, is proof she's getting the social capital she needs to respect from people who read too much, the economist class and the middle class intellectuals. She just plagiarized Mark Carney, the liberal banker that personally stole Venezuela's gold. Okay, that's so funny that you think Mark Carney is the guy who invented the old world order is dead. Yeah, no, that was Mark Carney who did it. He figured it out. Also, I do love Mark Carney being on the choppers in Venezuela stealing the gold. Respect, boss man. She saw that speech and saw people impressed and said, let me plagiarize that. No, I think there's more to it than that. I do love a chatter saying correct to their own statement. Yeah, fuck Gramsci. Yeah, I respect that. I respect when a chatter comes in hot and I read out their statement and they go correct. We've seen a fraying on these alleged Western values of people, whether they exist in the first place. I mean, this is good. Skepticism of this kind of stuff is good. I like it. I need more of it. I get why Michael from Pennsylvania graded this a B-.
No, and I think, I think that Prime Minister Carney's remarks at the World Economic Forum were words that rung around the world.
So here's the thing. Okay, you got a Valentine homie? Yeah, your mom. She's not coming home later tonight and tomorrow either, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah, we're gonna fuck me and your mom. Anyway, I don't know why I went there. I just had to. It's been a while, okay? That chatter gave me the confidence to chuckle at my own zinger. Fuck, what was I gonna say? Oh, I wonder if AOC knows that there is a lot of, I'm sure she knows there's a lot of attention and a lot of eyeballs. There's also a lot of people to her left that are paying close attention to her words right now, all around the world. And they don't necessarily have a lot of confidence in her, but they want her to thrive in this moment. Okay? They want her to thrive in this moment. They want her to deliver in this moment so they can lean into her as a final opportunity for hope. What's Zoran's take on the Thailand new elections? The world must know. Yeah.
Be true. In raising this question. But I think that also in his remarks, as well as part of this larger conversation, there was this undertone, this undercurrent, this suggestion that it was a rules-based order sometimes. And I think that...
What is the alternative that still keeps America strong? Rule-based order is a nerve if no one else plays ball also. Wait, what? Okay, Neek Skid, my favorite chatter, especially in this situation. Okay, I want everyone to have dignity. I want workers to have dignity. I don't care about America being strong with a strong military, okay? That's ridiculous. If America being strong is leading to death and destruction overseas, complete destabilization in the third world, death and destruction overseas, so that our capital owning class can turn profit year over year, then I don't want that. I want a new design. And now is an opportunity for said new design, especially as the contradictions worsen, especially as the international fascist coalition is working tirelessly to redesign, to take advantage of the instability caused by the collapse of liberalism. Now is the time for organizing. Now is the time for a new world vision, a new world order, if you want to call it that. Okay? No, strong like FDR style, good for workers and leftists. Okay. You're failing to understand that a strong America in the way that the previous global design worked means death and destruction for everybody else. Okay? I guess what I'm trying to say is America needs to be Chinese right now. We must become more Chinese right now. Okay? No more death and destruction campaigns. No more senseless militarism. None of that shit. Focus on our own. Focus on our own people. Feed the hungry. Build housing. Federal jobs guarantee. Commit to FDR's agenda. And the promise that was not fulfilled. So now death and destruction for us only? No. Death and destruction for us is also imminent. It's happening. Instead of America being the only strong country, all countries should share strength and sovereignty. That was the idea that was sold to small countries when the rule-based international order was established, and we should live up to it. I mean, yeah, but that was a lie. Anyway, so basically Grand Plattnerism. Wait, what? What? Grand Plattnerism?
That is the issue that lies before us, is that in a so-called rules-based order, the rules for whom? Because for all too long, the rules only applied to the United States, Europe, its allies, and we would carve out exceptions for the global south. And I think that when you have a rules-based order...
Stealing guarantees job idea? Yeah, no, I stole that from Frankie Boy. Or not even from Frankie Boy, from literally just socialists of the past as well.
Where you carve out exceptions to our values, exceptions to our rules, eventually the exceptions become the rules. And I think that, to your original point, over the last 5 years, we've seen such a breaking and such a fraying of these alleged Western values that people wonder if it ever existed in the first place. So I don't know if it's necessarily that we are in a post-rules-based order. I think it's possible that we were in a pre-rules-based order. And we...
All right, we saw this already. We saw the rest of this.
About,
there's no conversation about Ukraine that can happen without no conversation about Ukraine that can happen without Ukraine.
Conversation about Ukraine that can happen without Ukraine, and so they of course lead in terms of setting their terms on this. But I think that overall, as a principle, we shouldn't reward imperialism, and I don't think that we should allow Russia to continue, or any nation to continue violating a nation's sovereignty, and to continue to be rewarded, and whose main lesson and takeaway is that they will gain. And so what that looks like in the specifics, I think, is a deeper conversation. But on principle, I think that is what...
She seems insecure. Dude, I see so much of myself in that, though. Like... Because it's tough, man. It's tough to do speeches like this, you know? I mean, you're going to say she's a congressperson, but like, this is how I felt yesterday when I was delivering a speech at UBC. I don't know if it came across as that, but I was definitely experiencing a lot of self-doubt. Hopefully it didn't. It did? Okay, for one it did. There's mostly just people saying, no, you did awesome. You killed it. It was still good. You keep doing fucking improv? I know, I do. But can you even call it improv, honestly? If I've been preparing for that every single day? Probably the best one you've made. That's what I've heard. It's getting better. Yeah, I saw this. This was a really good, really solid assessment. I guess my critique of AOC's remarks at the Munich Security Conference, and in general Biden as well, is that they all want to frame the current status quo as the result of a system betrayed, and not instead as a result of deliberate choices, the system itself being the issue. She talks about a failure to rein in corporations that led to consolidation, that led to companies rivaling nation states. But this wasn't a failure. This was very deliberate, conscious choice by U.S. leaders who saw these corps as useful, more subtle vehicles for U.S. power. And then the war came home in an unexpected way. These titans we created to surveil the world and preserve our influence turned their focus back around on the homeland that nourished them. And so the goal should not be to restore, which is impossible at this point, but to do something new, centering all around finding the best ways to crisis manage the liberal world order instead of taking voters where they are and trying to figure out something new is a mistake. The bipartisan consensus was called that because it was a consensus, That no longer exists, nor is desirable. 100 P, I agree with. Quo pro quid. He, him. I mainly tweet about Richard Nixon's 60s Americana and film. Design lead for TNO mod. Fully endorse this. An Israeli reporter asked her a question. Oh, brother.
Front row here first. It's the first one I saw, and then we'll go to the third row.
Hello, thank you so much for the interesting conversation. My name is Hagar. I'm from Israel. I'm a journalist for Haaretz, and my question is for...
Okay, she's woke. She woke. The wokest. She's a communist, basically. She's from Haaretz.
Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez. I wanted to know if you think that the Democratic presidential candidate in the 2028 elections should reevaluate military aid to Israel.
Yes!
I mean, to me, this isn't just about a presidential election. Personally, I think that the United States has an obligation to uphold its own laws, particularly leahy laws. And I think that personally, that the idea of completely unconditional aid, no matter what one does not make sense. I think it enabled a genocide in Gaza, and I think that we have thousands of women and children dead that was completely avoidable. And so I believe that enforcement of our own laws.
See, this is it. This is the difference between like a social democrat and a socialist or a communist, right? A social democrat looks at the capitalist system and says, we can reform this system. An anti-capitalist, starting with democratic socialists and going all the way to communists, looks at that system and says, no, this is not a system that you can repair. As a matter of fact, all of the things that you're trying to curb back with Keynesianism or with like a robust regulatory agenda is actually giving it a lifeline. A welfare state is only giving capitalism a lifeline. We have to change it because inevitably it's going to break. It's going to fall apart. The contradictions are going to get too bad, and either you're going to have fascism as a way to restore order, or you're going to inevitably have socialism. The same goes for, I think, AOC's perspective on the liberal international order as well. It's not a failure. It is by design. We didn't just like have a moment of weakness and allow Israel to do what it's doing. Israel is doing everything that it's doing because it's a part of our grand design in the region. Okay? This wasn't a failure at all in the eyes of many generals, in the eyes of the military industrial complex, all the way from Gaza working as a laboratory for death and destruction with new weapons that will be sold all around the globe, down to mechanisms of surveillance that we're already applying here at the domestic home front, but certainly as a Greater Israel project that actually works alongside our vision in the region, so that we can actually pack up all of the axis of resistance, which we handily did pack up alongside Israel by basically unshackling Israel. We were like, go blow up whoever the fuck you want to blow up. We'll give you all the weapons to do so, and we'll protect you every step of the fucking way. So it's not something that happened because we weren't paying close attention to it. It's something that happened that we envisioned. That's the reason why Brett McGurk, which worked to make this vision happen under the Biden administration, glazes the shit out of Donald Trump, continuing that same agenda. Cloud District Enjoyer says, you got to say it to the best of my ability when you do these speeches. I know. It just shows that I'm not confident. It's because I'm insecure. I'm insecure about I'm always insecure. I'm so insecure because I just know how much I don't know, if that makes sense. Or was it maybe not Cloud District Enjoyer that said you can't say to the best of your ability, to the best of my ability? It's probably a social democrat at the end of the day, but she just needs to be more confident. Oh, I did say that. Yeah, bitch, you did. But that's it. That's my biggest. I'm so weak about that. Stop saying you don't know things. That cheapens this community and your work. Dude, I have to be honest. Like, the fuck do you mean? I always have to be honest. There is so much I do not know. There are people I encounter every day. There's new things that I read every day where I'm like, fuck, man, there's not enough time on the planet. Do you ever feel like you read something and you're like, there's just not enough time on the planet for me to like learn so much more that I need to learn. That's how I feel all the time. I have this like appetite, and it is very frustrating where I'm like, fuck, I need to read like 15 more books right now. I wish I could just like fucking download it into my brain. A dumb man looks at that situation and goes, I don't need to do any of that. I have AI to do the work for me, because they don't understand that you have to think critically. You have to internalize information. You have to learn from it. But yeah, anyway.
Through the Leahy laws, which requires conditioning aid in any circumstance when you see gross human rights violations is appropriate.
Assange should stop saying he's a dumbass, and he should stop saying he does agitprop because Americans think this means he's lying. Yeah, I know. Well, it's true. I really do need to stop both of those things. That's not wrong. I agree with that. Americans are very fucking stupid. Let's be real. I probably should also bring up my degrees all the time too, which is fucking annoying and stupid, and I don't like it, but anyway, AOC in a so-called rule-based order, the rules for whom for too long. Okay, we already covered that. There's so many of the same exact fucking links here. It's not a small matter to make the West did not look the other way. Oh, see, this is it. Yeah. It's not a small matter to make clear that the West did not look the other way during a genocide. It, namely, U.S. and Germany actively armed, aided it, and funded it. It carried it out and still carries out genocide. Putting it in a mopey R2Pes is a whitewash job. I agree. I know Dust's whole thing is that trying to put lipstick on the rule-based order pig, but it's over, it's done, it's intellectually cooked, it's immoral. I feel that way about liberalism in general, and I certainly feel that way about the international rule-based order as well. It's over. We have to fucking move on. We have to move on from this, and the opportunity is now. Lest we succumb to monsters. You know, it's done. Look, this video perfectly. This video perfectly resembles my position. Okay, this is where we're at.
Liberal, 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 happy fun, la la la, human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la. Liberal. Liberal, 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 happy fun, la la la, human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals.
You love your father, the devil. I mean, it's true. That's real, man. That's fucking real, bro. This man. I will never get to his level, okay? I will never have the deep prose that he can just fucking concoct at a moment's notice. You know what I'm saying? When you see a fucking Titan, when you see a Titan and you're just in awe of his excellence, where he can just fucking pull you in, and he has the charisma in his pinky finger that you can't even capture for your whole life. You work hard, you know? That's how I feel every time I see Alex Jones video, especially when his prime, because he fell off now, but like prime Alex Jones, I see that and I'm like, fuck, man, that is excellent. I am so fortunate that I'm alive at a time when I can see him in action, you know? Brilliant, incredible, spectacular. Talking about Clav, Hasanabi? No, fucking Clav could never. Clav could never, ever, dude. Are you kidding me? He ain't got the smoke. Also, we have another thing that I got to talk about. Now that I showed you AOC, I need you to understand, like, we need to bring you back to reality. Okay? We need to bring you back to, like, what the average American Democrat's position is. Nancy Pelosi is also in Munich talking to Politico.
Is there a way to sort of bring about the regime falling without using American force, I guess is the question there?
Well, use economic forces. Yeah. Use economic forces. There are ways that could cripple their economy, and some of that has been in the works.
It does feel very tenuous, though, the regime there, you know, more than it has in a long time.
I agree with you. Yeah. I agree with you. But again, it's not about a threat from war. Hopefully, it's more about just make their economy, weaken their economy, and that weakens the support they do have, because they do have support in the rural areas and the more conservative imams and all the rest of that. But we have to make them feel the pain as well.
It's so like, this is Hitlerian, okay? You're Adolf Hitler. You are Adolf Hitler, okay? You are Adolf motherfucking Hitler. It's so fucking crazy. From Madeleine Albright to Nancy motherfucking Jedediah Pelosi. This is a country that has venomous foreign policy. And we sit around and we have the audacity. We sit around and we say, oh, we got to do it. This is necessary. We have to keep starving these people. Okay? We have to kill the babies. We have to kill the babies. Sorry, we have to kill some babies. It's fucking insane. I said to the average American politician's foreign policy approach is anti-gay Hitler or gay Hitler and nothing in between. And they have the audacity to package this cruelty like it's a necessity for human rights and democracy. And then this guy went, why do you keep using gay as a slur? Because I'm homophobic. What do you do with that, by the way? Like, how do you look at this and go, oh, he said gay, and I think gay is a slur or a pejorative, so he must be saying it as a pejorative. Like, what do you do with people that are just too stupid? I think about that a lot more than I should, probably, because I'm on Twitter a lot more than I should be. I think part of their perspective includes that they didn't have the right people to prevent them from committing war crimes, and the system should be built as transparent and as nonviolent as possible. They want to believe humans are special and unique and can control their thirst for power. They propped up the individual so hard it looks weak to treat all people with civility. Anyway, so I don't know. I don't know how how is this any different than what Yoav Galan said about Gaza? It's not. It's not. That's it. It's not. That's why I laugh when motherfuckers are like, well, what about Chinese? What about the Chinese, brother? I'm like, what about fucking Nancy Pelosi on the liberal side of the supposed theoretical democracy that we have in the United States of America, where there is unlimited consensus for child murder in the global South? Like, there are certain things that I thought, established were unacceptable. Collective punishment. Unacceptable, right? And here's Nancy Pelosi straight up fucking saying, no, we got to do collective punishment. Like, what are you talking about? We got to keep fucking starving the Iranian children until they get so mad that they kill the Ayatollah or some shit. It blows my fucking mind. Mark Ames says, the closer our geriatric elites get to their own deaths, the more eager they are to wreak suffering and death on the world, always on the most moral reasons, of course. Pelosi is 85, like Trump and Biden. She doesn't have much time left, but by gum, they'll make the weak pay for it. Yeah. And it is, of course, a reminder to Madeleine Albright's famous moment.
We have heard that 500,000 children have died. I mean, that's more children than died in Hiroshima. And you know, is the price worth it?
I think this is a very hard choice, but we think the price is worth it.
That's why I said, from Madeleine Albright to Nancy Pelosi, Adolf Hitler lives on, okay? I'm not even bringing the fucking, obviously, the right wing to this equation because they're also extra demonic Adolf Hitler. But, like, think about that. Think about that. This is Adolf Hitler through and through. But liberalism has made you think that this policy is for overall greater good. And then people come in here and try to fucking tell me, Hassan, all you say is America bad, America bad. I'm sorry. This is Adolf Hitler. And if you defend this, you are Adolf Hitler. Okay? What the fuck? Does she have to say it in Süddeutsche for you to understand that that's Adolf Hitler? Is that the only time? I say America bad because America is bad. It's evil. This is evil. You do this, you're evil. You're an evil person. It doesn't matter if you try to fucking pepper it in with like, liberal sanitized language or explain its necessity. This is the workings of an evil empire. Okay? Oh, but the other side is doing this or that. What the fuck do you mean? You just said 500,000 babies had to be killed, okay, with sanctions. You said 500,000 children dying as a consequence of the sanctions is a price you are willing to pay. You are straight up Adolf motherfucking Hitler. What the fuck? There is no evil that comes near. There is no evil that comes close. Don't watch this as a poop sock. The fuck is this? Both Twitter accounts that work here are paid for by the taxpayers. Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey are some of the dumbest R words to ever be in Congress. I love Stephen Chung, dude. Hey, chill. Yo, chill on that. Stephen Chung is my go. Look at him, dude. Oh, he's so beautiful. I'm in love with him. Okay? I am fucking in love with this man. First of all, like we say thumb phrenology and stuff like that, but like he's like a pug. Like he's so fucking fat in all the right places that he can't even see. Like he's just like, his face is drooped in and of itself. Okay. He is so perfect. He is so perfect through and through. I love him. The way his belly droops over his penis, okay? He just looks like every step he's taking is a difficult endeavor. God damn it, he's so good. He is so fucking beautiful, okay? He is so beautiful. I love him. Oh my God. I want to know what is under those titty flaps, okay? I want to like pull it up with a gas mask, of course, because I don't know what kind of new sense we will invent there, but I want to see what kind of breadcrumbs are hiding under them titties. I swear to God, he is the greatest of all time. He gives everyone bisexual panic. Yes. No, literally, he's so fat. Oh, it's awesome. I just know his underwear line is purple bruised. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. That is true Adam, by the way. A lot of people are like, oh, he's ascended. I'm trying to ascend, whatever. Like, this man has ascended. Straight up. Fucking incredible work, man.
Trump is doubling down on stupid. California has been a leader in climate policy going back to Ronald Reagan. 1967, Governor Ronald Reagan established the first tailpipe emissions in the United States of America, created the California Air Resources Board. 3 years later, President by the name of Richard Nixon, another Republican, codified California's leadership under the Clean Air Act. Never in the history of the United States of America has there been a more destructive president than the current occupant in the White House in Washington, D.C. He's trying to recreate the 19th century. He's a wholly owned subsidiary of big oil, gas, and coal. He's quite literally reopening coal plants in the United States of America. He's received close to $500 million in campaign contributions. He asked for $1 billion. Look it up. In return for basically eliminating all regulations in the United States of America. De facto, he just did that yesterday with federal regulations and the endangerment finding. It is code red in terms of American leadership in this space. Low carbon, green growth. And I know a thing or two.
I will say, I mean, Gavin Newsom is so polished. Like, make no mistake, he's so fucking polished. This is why he's sitting where he's sitting and saying what he's saying. He is very good at this. Okay. Now he's a polished turd. Okay. But my disagreements with Gavin Newsom don't come from the fact that like he doesn't look the part or anything like that. I think he certainly looks the part. And I think he is, it's actually for that reason that I'm actually fearful of him. Right? Because he looks the part, he can talk the talk, he can walk the walk. That's a big problem. That's what precisely makes him dangerous, more dangerous than others. Because his worldview is unfortunately repulsive and terrifying.
About this, I represent the fourth largest economy from a GDP perspective in the world. And we ran the fourth largest economy last year, 9 out of 10 days on 100% clean energy, 2/3 renewable energy. We've seen our GDP grow by 81% since 2000, and we've reduced our greenhouse gas emissions by 21%. 7 times more clean energy jobs than fossil fuel jobs. We're proving at scale that we can implement, we can compete, and we can dominate. But Donald Trump is trying to turn back the clock. And so we're showing up, but we're also showing what can be accomplished, the power of emulation. We are in the great implementation in my state. Final word. I hope, if there's nothing else I can communicate today, Donald Trump is temporary. He'll be gone in 3 years. California is a stable and reliable partner in this space. And it's important for folks to understand the temporary nature of this current administration in relationship to the issue of climate change and climate policy. You just got to call this stuff out. Look, the polluted heart of the climate crisis is big oil, period, full stop. That's what this is all about.
Bro, he is whispering exactly what these fucking Europeans want to hear too, by the way. That is like, you know, that's like every European leader hears that and they nut, for the record. And he's wrong, just so you know. Donald Trump might come across as temporary, even though there's no assurances that he is. Donald Trumpism, MAGA, fascism, that's not temporary at all. That's here to fucking stay. Whether Donald Trump falls to, a heart attack or something like that, which, again, don't hold out hope. That's not going to work. Just make no mistake. Trumpism or fascism in its current in its contemporary iteration is here to fucking stay. Donald Trump has single-handedly redrawn American politics in his own vision last time he was president. Oh my God. A chatter said, amazing. A chatter just said, it seems you have finally got your own Macron. That's perfect. That is a perfect way to, oh my God, that's a perfect way to demonstrate Gavin Newsom. Oh my God. We have our own Jupiterian son. We have our own Emmanuel Macron in the United States of America. His name is Gavin Newsom. Oh my God, that's so perfect. Except he's transphobic, whereas Macron is obviously a woke trans ally.
I mean, that's where the politics, that's where the timidity comes from. You talk about the tech stack. You can't get in one of these modern new vehicles and ever want to go back to the old gas guzzler. I mean, the technology, and we can talk in terms of just energy efficiency and how we bring down costs, and we've got to address those cost issues. But the biggest problem is the deceit and the denial that's happening because of these special interests. And so you just have to have the courage to call it out. And I agree with you. It's infuriating.
AOC, unfortunately, lacks the confidence of Gavin Newsom, but demonstrably has more vision, I think. Whereas Gavin Newsom has no vision whatsoever and is simply talking about how we're going to go back to business as usual, don't fucking worry, but has all the confidence. In comparison to Gavin Newsom, and in comparison to Nancy Pelosi, AOC does have the vision, for the record. I believe that. I'm going to be honest.
Creating what I hear privately, but is not expressed publicly. And so we have to call people out. They'll be held to account. They will be judged and ultimately judge themselves. And I think this is a moral moment. Across the board, simultaneous crisis, not just climate, but democracy. All this stacking of stress. And we all have a relationship to it. Society becomes how we behave. We are our behaviors. And so all of us have a role to play. All of us have agency. We can shape this conversation, but we have to stand up with more clarity, conviction, and we have to be more consistent.
People don't speak up because they're afraid of retaliation.
Yeah. Well, buck up. So am I. There's probably not a politician in the United States. I'm under assault attack by this guy every single day. Here's the President of the United States. He's 80 years old, and he's calling me a nickname that an 8-year-old called me, new scum. The President of the United States. You saw the racist tropes he put out. This is the President of the United States of America. Call this guy out. Stop this timidity. Stop with the BS diplomacy. You're in the rearview mirror. The recklessness of our own actions. And we're all becoming Chamberlains in this space. We have a supine United States Congress, so we have to stand up. Corporate leaders have to stand up. People have to stand up.
Science is political. Hassan is right.
He's doing Bidenism. Oh my God, everyone is doing vulgar Brandonism, dude.
Newsom would just create a slow decline to fascism. Also, all the liberals wanting to start the vote blue no matter who before the primary, before the midterms, they were really quiet about Zoran. This is in reference to Hassan Piker was on with Jennifer Welch on it was I've Had It, right?
No, it was a third-person show. I'm not as familiar with.
Okay. Well, nevertheless, he was asked, Gavin Newsom and J.D. Vance, who would you vote for? Son, being in California, is A, both very familiar with Gavin Newsom, and B, in California. And he said he would vote third party. Now, I assume people are not upset about how he's going to vote personally because it's California. And as I've said many times, like, you know, the issue in a safe state, who you're going to vote for is sort of secondary. But also, and I am someone who votes for the lesser of two evils. But the idea that you would espouse the voting of the lesser of two evils in a primary, because that's where we are. Let's be clear. There is no nominee for the Democratic primary, and there is no nominee for the Republican.
Thank you. The context of you living in California was missed by so many people. It doesn't matter. I think people are more honest than that. I think it's a little bit cope to say, oh, he lives in California. I know I have a fucking, I know I have influence over people that don't live in California, okay? When I say something like that, I'm aware of what I'm saying. I'm not doing the oh, well, I'm in California, who cares? Like, I think that's cope. No, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm saying. I'm saying that not as a California voter. I'm saying that as like I'm saying that with the full understanding and the full knowledge and the responsibility of someone with a fucking audience that is far larger than California. Now, the first part of that story, as far as like having firsthand experience with Gavin Newsom being a Californian, that's true. That definitely plays a role in my assessment. But did you hear about the DNC audit with your name on it? Oh, come on, chatter. Now is not the time for memes, okay?
I should say, there's no Democratic nominee for the presidency, and there's no Republican nominee for the presidency. The idea that you would even be remotely perturbed during essentially what we're in is the pre-primary or the primary for 2028 as to what people are saying. I mean, I would imagine when we were in 2020, saying something effective like, I can't even imagine voting for Joe Biden. It is stupid. And what it does to me when people do that, I mean, obviously, yes, there's the hypocrisy about Chuck Schumer not voting for Zoran and and Jeffries, like, you know, endorsing so late. I mean, all of that. It just goes to show, like, they don't even believe that stuff. Yeah. But in fact, I probably believe it more than they do.
Oh, for sure.
Probably Hassan does.
But the idea that you would chastise somebody during a primary for such a thing gives away the game to me. Like, I am very late to the awareness of people being, and obviously now we have stories about how people are being paid online, influencers and stuff like that. I mean, I started doing this at a time where the idea of that was absurd. There was no even mechanism for anything like that. And so it never really occurs to me, but like, I am just shocked that there is supposedly this many people motivated about who you're going to vote for in the 2028 presidential election. Like, we're not even in the primary yet. It's a very weird reaction.
Especially in the context of the previous election and what happened, say, in Michigan.
Yes, and I will also say, like, what's clearly going on right now, to the extent that there is any competition for the Democratic establishment and the narrative about which politics work better for the country, it is quite clear who is winning, at least relative to this competition in the past. And there was a poll, this Harry Hamden clip that was going around. The number of voters who have said that the Democratic Party is too liberal is 10% higher now than it was, I think, like, I don't know, 2024 or in the past 2 years or something. Now,
how clueless. Admitting you have influence, but say you'd vote third party when 99% of your audience would suffer under Vance like they are under Trump. Is it clueless or is it a warning? Is it clueless or do I want to make sure that we defeat the Republicans? You think? I've been doing this. This is not my first election cycle. I've been doing this for the past 10 years. Right? I started doing this in 2016. It's been a decade. I've been doing professional media coverage publicly since 2016. Even before then, but started developing an audience in 2016. I can't always wait for people to learn through numerous election cycles and failure to arrive at the conclusions that you will inevitably arrive at. We've played this song and dance over and over again. 2016 with Bernie Sanders. And in 2020 with Joe Biden, we said he would usher in a new wave of fascism. He would be feckless. He would be ineffective. He would be an establishment Democrat. And that, in a moment of instability, that fecklessness would have yielded a much worse version of fascism, and it did. You're so dumb, Hassan. I watched the other content creator, and he constantly told me that Biden failing to deliver on his progressive agenda and reverting to neolib bullshit would just lead to fascists winning. So, Oliver Larkin. People have the power. People think you have the power to swing hundreds of thousands of voters. It doesn't matter. I'm speaking as though I do. I'm speaking as though I do. If I have the power to swing hundreds of thousands of voters, then you have to listen to me. If I don't have that motion at all, then you don't have to complain about what I'm saying. Because on the one hand, you're complaining like I do have the capacity to swing hundreds of thousands of voters, but you aren't acting like I have that power. Because if I have that power, I'm a very important part of your base of support, and you have to come to me and you have to say, how do we get you on board with this mission? How do we get you on board with the Democratic Party's agenda? My attitude around this isn't just to say, I'm withholding my vote, so you have to come to me, for the record. Okay? My attitude on this is not about that at all. I know that in order to win me over, you have to do certain things that will win everybody else over. The actual moderates, the self-identifying moderates, the independents, the people living in the heartland and the swing states. That's what my demands are. I'm rich at the end of the day. I can pay for my fucking health care. Why do I want Medicare for all? Why do I want a higher percentage, people like myself, to pay a higher percentage in their yearly net worth growth in taxes, in a higher real tax rate for people like myself? Why do I want that? I don't want it for myself directly. Well, for my selfish reasons, is because I think that'll yield a more prosperous nation for every single person. It'll be a nicer place to live in. We'll be able to pay for things like public transit, social housing, less homelessness, more cohesion, better education, so I don't have to listen to fucking dumbasses all the time. Right? So those are my selfish reasons, because I think this will be better overall for this country. I want to live in a developed nation. Not a developing nation with a Gucci belt on. But overall, what I'm demanding from the Democrats is to move in the direction of good policy and good politics that will bring back people that have left the party. Okay? That's it. That's what I want.
In my mind, yeah, but I scroll through to where it was. Keep going. Okay. So right now we've seen that 42% of, I was shocked by this, of Democrats who perceive themselves as democratic socialists, 42% under the age of 35 do, 33% of all Democrats do, which I was shocked by.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
I would expect that to be a bigger difference in those age numbers. Yeah, the older Dems.
But keep going.
Your
Keep
message
going
changes
down.
every cycle. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, he's memeing.
And then the argument is being made here. Okay, so in 2013, back during Obama, 48% of voters say Democrats are too liberal. In 2025, 58%. The problem is, I will tell you this right now. In 2004, if you said you were a liberal, you would be pilloried by everybody from the right because it was considered like liberal meant communist. Like literally. The whole word progressive really came in as a word to say other than liberal. And in that era, that's what it meant. And 15 years later, sometime in like 2017, 2018, if you identified as a liberal, you would not get attacked by someone on the right. Like I had people call me on Air America saying like, you're a liberal. And I would say, dude, I'm to the left of that. And they'd be like, what? You just admitted it. Like literally, I was like, yes, I'm doing a radio show.
I remember this era well.
And if I said I'm a liberal in 2018 on this show, the calls I would get would not be conservatives going, you just admitted it. It would be all people from the left, mostly younger than me. A lot of people are now, saying like, I knew it. I knew it. And so the idea that like there's 10% extra who's saying that Democrats are too liberal, I don't think it means what it would have meant in 2013 or 1996.
Yeah, and this stems from a lack of political education in the United States of America. And some might say that is by design, by the way. United States of America is the only country on the planet where liberal means the entirety of the left flank. Okay? Liberalism is not a left-wing ideology at all. Liberalism is a right-wing ideology. Everywhere else around the world. Now, of course, liberals will get mad at me for saying this. American liberals will get mad and they'll be like, Hassan, what are you talking about? The Democratic Party is the most like woke party on the planet. Yeah, on social policies, the Democrats are definitely a lot more, I guess, socially progressive than most other OECD nations. This is true, at least in their policy platform. Not in the implementation of certain things, but, at least like what they say they want to defend, right? But the economics of it all. The Democrats are actually incredibly right-wing, more right-wing than the average liberal party, sometimes even the conservative party. This is something that a lot of Americans do not comprehend. Americans think like liberalism is it. That's it. That's the whole left flank from fucking communists. People like myself are called very liberal, right? And I hate it. All the way to Nancy fucking Pelosi. The reality of the matter is both the Republicans and the Democrats are broadly liberal. But in the international understanding, like in the political theory understanding of liberal, they're right wing. Just sucks, but it's the truth. America has a center right and a far right party. Or rather, if things continue the way they are, America will have a far right and a fascist party. One party that is no longer liberal at all, a post-liberal fascist party, and a right-wing, maybe not far right, but a right-wing Democratic party. Problem is, we don't have the language, the appropriate language, and the appropriate political education to understand this dynamic here. And that's the reason why you have these kinds of issues on the polling. I don't believe that if the specific delineation was made, that like all of a sudden there would be like, this massive growth of self-identifying socialists overall. I think that it would still be marginal, especially considering that we do live in a liberal monoculture. Capitalism is hegemonic. People don't have the proper understanding of what socialism is. It is a real surprised that someone like myself has even this community that I have of self-identifying socialists. Let's be fucking real. Like, this is a really unique thing for America. I think a lot of people forget how unique this is. What we have here is insane. Okay? Which is part of the reason why I never take it for granted. I always talk about, I always think about how fortunate I am, how privileged I am for this reason. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, ultimately, due to the lack of political education, even if we were to make this specific designation between liberals and socialists, I still think a lot less people than we need would self-identify as socialists. However, it's still good to make this designation, to make this to make sure that we know what this difference is. Because slowly but surely, you could actually grow the socialist movement that way. And for the record, there's already also always going to be internal fighting as well, because there is different tendencies. There's different Marxist tendencies. In the United States of America, the left tent, at least for the time being, still also features social democrats, for example. I would not say that about Europe. Since Olof Palme, there is no such thing as a real social democrat movement in any of these fucking countries. Many of them have literally become Nazis, right? So when you see a European say that they're a fucking social democrat, know that you're talking to someone that is maybe even to the right of the average Democrat in America. Okay? So America's different because we don't have these robust social safety nets. We don't have these social safety nets at all. But the reason why all the Euroids are chirping, look. I said when you hear someone say they're a European social democrat, run. And every Euroid is getting mad, okay? You're a moderate. Just know you're a moderate. If you're dude, even Euro communists, I think Euro communoids are probably the closest to a fucking American social democrat. Get mad at me all day. Fuck it. I don't give a shit. No, that's just wrong. Don't put us all in the same bag. Some of us are very, very, very much to the left. No, I'm fucking around. Europe has a much longer tradition of socialism and communism. It's just, I think proximity to the Soviets have cooked your brains. It's too hard. That's like, it's just like, so like even the furthest, I feel like even the furthest like left Euro communoid is still anti-Soviet, anti-USSR, anti-CCP. Like there are a lot of revisionist tendencies, I think, in the Euro communists, but maybe I'm wrong. Not true. Okay, if you say so. Yeah, Euro Communist Party name: Kill all America Cacans in the glory of Chairman Mao. Their policies: moderate social democrat. Europe is not a country, and Western Europe doesn't represent the entire continent. You really trying to talk about Eastern Europe now? True, but Americans got used to there being something outside of liberals as a tag. They will get there one day. Anyway, listen, you guys were having a grand old time. All you Euroids were having a grand old time when I was shitting on America, okay? I'm going to get back to shitting on America now. Don't worry. In America, given the material realities, social democrats are definitely a part of the left as well, even though they're obviously capitalist. Because even democratic socialists, when they run for office, they run on social democratic policies, right? There's no world where you can expand beyond that. You just say, oh, I'm a democratic socialist. I want to, work within the confines of the bourgeois electoral system, within one of the two bourgeois liberal parties to get modest social safety nets for the workers. That's it. That's the most radical person you will encounter. Like, Zioran Mossadegh, AOCIA, Bernie SS Anders, right? That's how it is. Let's be real. That's before we even talk about their foreign policy, okay? So For that reason, I factor Social Democrats into this left position as well. I mean, Sam Cedar is a Social Democrat, right? Hassan Pikkr is another example. Yes. I am a gross American chauvinist, a Western chauvinist, a white supremacist through and through. This is reflected in my consistent analysis of all of the resistance front against American empire and all of its allies. This is how that's the reason why I get called a terrorist every day by, everyone pretty much. Okay, call me a terrorist, but don't call me a trot. Come on. Let's get real now. I still think we need to make this distinction, though. I think more political education is a good thing. Because I think first you unlock that political education, and then you continue educating people and you help unlock class consciousness. You help them recognize that they might be more socialist curious than they thought they were. And that's my goal.
I think it means that there are people who are going like, they support Zionism. They are, too wishy-washy on shit.
Partner with capitalists.
They partner with capitalists. I mean, it only makes sense. I would like to see what the numbers of Democrats that associated themselves with as being democratic socialists in 2013 and 1996. But the point is, you're seeing polling like this because there is a concerted effort. Every day I read, there's another group out there funded by crypto money, whatever it is. Stories that Chuck Schumer is actually doing a good job recruiting Senate candidates. Really? Because it doesn't look like the Chuck Schumer picked candidate is going to win in Michigan. May not be my chosen candidate, but McMurrow wasn't picked by Schumer. In Maine, I just looked at the fundraising numbers for Janet Mills. I mean, Maine Democrats don't want Janet Mills. Plattner is probably going to win that.
Pills
Knock on
Mafia,
wood.
baby. Rise up, Pills heads. Hey, Pills Mafia. Let's go. Janet Pills mention. That's my girl. I'm a Janitsary. Janitsaries, rise up. All socialists, even communists running on liberal democratic systems are de facto social democrats. You can't run an election on we are going to overturn capitalism. You run on policy issues. It's a reformist in nature. Yes. I mean, what you're describing is quite literally the reason why I described what I described about Euro communists and communist parties in every other Western aligned nation. Communist parties in every fucking Western aligned nation have resorted to. I mean, they've all become reformists. This friction already played itself out. The revolutionaries got killed. They got destroyed. They got murdered. They got jailed. They got imprisoned. And so what remains is reformists. That's the reason why the Japanese Communist Party looks the way it does. That's the reason why most communist parties are that way in Europe as well. CPUSA, PSL, and FRSO aren't reformists. Yes, they're also nothing. Yeah, I know. There's a bunch of German communist parties as well. Beyond what people consider to be like Die Linke is the most, I guess, what is it? It's like Die Linke is the most viable left party, right? Yeah, there's fucking crazy parties in Germany with 8 people in them, It's like, bro, it's like coming to me and being like, I know you're going to make fun of me, but I have a Enver Hoxha party that I am implementing in Lithuania, and we are going to do true Maoism in Lithuania. And we are no longer engaging in the vulgar revisionist, the shitty revisionist, bastardized, watered down version of Marxist-Leninism. We're doing true Marxist-Leninism, Hoxhaism. You're acting like they do nothing. I mean, for the most part, they don't. I love the PSL. I rep the PSL pretty fucking hard. But it's crazy to say that they are doing things, right? Also, CPUSA in and of CPUSA endorsed Joe Biden. CPUSA is more liberal aligned than fucking the DSA is, if that's the same one we're talking about. Yeah, CPUSA is to the right of the DSA. The DSA is a fucking Maoist caucus. Like, what are you talking about? The DSA has... Wait, what? Sure, buddy? Wait, what? Am I wrong? Yeah. Where is it? I'm pretty sure the Communist Party of the United States of America literally endorsed Joe Biden. Anyway, it's like not even a great example. I think PSL has like CPUSA doing United Frontism, except it's to elect Hillary Clinton. DSA has Maoists, but they also have shit libs. Yes, that's true. They do. DSA is DSA is currently the biggest big tent left party out there in the United States of America. 100,000 paying members. That's very significant. Okay. They have caucuses for virtually every fucking tendency out there, down to the Posadas. They have a meme caucus, you know? The PSL is the most effective out of all those organizations that you mentioned. Having said that, however, the PSL, as far as like having organizational capacity beyond doing tremendous amounts of work on the ground is I mean, they don't have like a lot of I mean, they run candidates sometimes.
He didn't pick Osborne. Mary Patola, was there anybody else running for Senate in Alaska? Is there? I don't think so. Like, there's no evidence that Chuck Schumer has done anything.
PSL does good work, but I don't like the billionaire funding or opaque Congress structure. Nobody's perfect, I guess. Yes. They're not. But I don't really care that it's not billionaire funded. It's 100 millionaire funded, first of all. My boy, what's his name? Roy Singham. He does not have $1 billion. I think he was a 900 millionaire. Okay. Neville Roy Singham is his name. And secondly, he's woke. And I actually do respect what he does. Let's be real. I mean, that man has literally put his money where his mouth is. What more do you want? Unironically. He's also not Chinese. He's American, Chatters.
In terms of picking a good candidate for the Senate.
Chatters said, why no DSA in Europe? Why no Democratic Socialists of America in Europe? Do you have African Americans in Turkey?
But they're trying to promote this notion. So I don't know. I think that like...
How do you make that much money? Sold something, I think, to Microsoft. He's like a software engineer guy. Makes something, sells it to, I think he sells it to like either Microsoft or something like in like 2016, maybe. And has been living in China. ThoughtWorks. Yeah. He's the reason why the Congress is that Congress is constantly going after Code Pink, Answer Coalition, all these different things, these like front organizations for the PSL. It's not, sorry, it wasn't the Microsoft. He sold to a private equity firm for $800 million.
If you see somebody bitching about Hassan Piker's answering of a completely hypothetical question at a time where if you believe that primaries are important, maybe you don't.
Do you think he's a class trader or a Fed? Dude, he lives in China. What do you mean? He's like, do you mean like a Fed for China? Is that what you're saying? Because that's what the American government is saying. Because he has a media company in China. And if you can't, as a foreigner, have a company in China that is not also controlled by the Chinese government. Unless you're Elon Musk, I guess, technically. But no, he's not a fucking Fed for America. No, he is a class trader. Yes.
In which case, I don't give a shit what you think, frankly. But if you believe that primaries are important, what difference does it, what he says now? I mean,
it's funny that he was in a black nationalist organization as a kid. He's Sri Lankan. Did they just think he fit in or something? No, I think he's Sri Lankan Guyanese. So I think he does have some African in him. Yeah, he went to Howard. He's not like full Sri Lankan. I'm pretty sure he's no, not like Zoran African. No, he's No, he is. Let's just look it up. I don't know why we're speculating. Yeah, I think he's like, I think he might be like half black. Or half Caribbean, like Afro Latino of some sort. I don't know, and half Sri Lanka maybe. Singham's father, Archibald Singham, was Sri Lankan in his youth. Singham was a member of the League of Revolutionary Black Workers, a black nationalist Maoist group. Taking a job at Chrysler plant in Detroit as an activist in the group. He attended Howard University. Where did I get that he was like, oh, this is why I thought. He's a Sri Lankan political scientist and professor of political science. He was an authority on the Caribbean and a participant in the non-aligned movement. Archibald Singham was born in British Burma to Sri Lankan parents. He was educated in Sri Lanka before doing his bachelor's in Wesleyan University. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe I just invented that he's like Guyanese or something. Singham taught briefly at University of Michigan. This is his dad. Before being recruited as one of the black scholars despite his Asian heritage by Andrew Billingsley to Howard. He also taught at University of Manchester in England before moving to Brooklyn College. In his testimony to U.S. Congress, Singham criticized 1983 United States invasion of Grenada and called for the U.S. to withdraw its troops. Singham died on the 13th of March, 1991. Two books on peace were dedicated to Singham's memory. His son is the software entrepreneur Neville Roy Singham. Yeah. Singham is a socialist benefactor of far-left cause and admirer of Maoism. That's my goat. According to the New York Times, he has provided significant funding for media outlets, organizations, and politicians around the world that promote pro-Chinese government propaganda. Singham founded ThoughtWorks, a Chicago-based IT consulting company that provides custom software tools, and consulting services in the late 80s. It was incorporated in 1993. In 2005, ThoughtWorks opened offices in China. From 2001 to 2008, Singham was a strategic technical consultant for Huawei. By 2008, ThoughtWorks employed 1,000 people and was growing at a rate of 20 to 30% per annum, with locations around the world. His clients include Microsoft, Oracle, major banks, The Guardian newspaper. Singham owned 97% of the common stock of the company. By 2010, its clients included Daimler AG, Siemens, Barclays, a company that opened a second headquarters in Bangalore. In 2010, Singham opened ThoughtWorks' fifth Agile Software Development Conference in Beijing, where he spoke about his influence on Huawei. Singham sold ThoughtWorks to private equity firm Apex Partners in 2017 for $785 million, by which time it had 4,500 employees across 15 countries, including South Africa and Uganda. His chief scientist, Martin Fowler, wrote that Singham had not been involved in the running of the business for some years by that time. After selling the company, he moved to China, where he owns or co-owns a number of businesses. In 2019, he started a consulting business with partners who also co-own with a Chinese municipality. I'm curious that Fox never talks about him. Are you kidding me? They talk about him all the time. The State Department, Congress literally is right now trying to create legislation specifically around Roy Singham. Fox News covers him all the fucking time. The Department of Homeland Security, or the State Department's Twitter account, recently fucking posted about the Answer Coalition and Code Pink. This guy is like what people think George Soros is, I guess, but except he has way less motion than George Soros and is not like a neoliberal. His design for the world is socialist. George Soros, when he does all of his like contributions, like when the Soros Foundation and all the other like Open Societies Foundation, like when they're doing those contributions, they have a goal in mind, a goal that is very much aligned with the American government as well, whether it be in Ukraine or elsewhere. Whereas this guy's takes they're diametrically the opposite of American State Department interests. He is a socialist through and fucking through, straight up. Anyway, as of 2023, his office in Shanghai is shared with the Maku Group, whose goal is to educate foreigners about the miracles that China has created on the world stage, to which Singham has given nearly $1.8 million in funding. Singham praised Hugo Chavez, describing Venezuela under his rule as a phenomenally democratic place, my goat. He also described his admiration for China, where ThoughtWorks had a growing operation, describing it as a model for governance. China is teaching the West that the world is better off with a dual system of both free market adjustments and long-term planning. He's a supporter of WikiLeaks and its founder, Julian Assange. Speaking in his defense at the 2011 event hosted by the Real News Network, along with fellow activist software businessman Peter Thiel and former intelligence whistleblower Daniel Ellsberg. Alongside Ellsberg, he was also, Peter Thiel was pro-Julian Assange? Also for Aaron Schwartz, Jeremy Hammond, the latter was working for him at ThoughtWorks when he committed suicide while facing prosecution by the U.S. government. Singham, a friend of Schwartz, described his prosecution as a part of a coordinated campaign. During the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Singham was funding efforts to oppose NATO enlargement. July 2023, Singham joined a Communist Party workshop about international promotion of the Chinese Communist Party. Singham founded the People's Forum. This is what I was talking about too. A U.S. nonprofit group in New York City that's been associated with organizing the 2024 pro-Palestinian protests on university campuses. This is the reason why. So it's the People's Forum is a PSL front. And so is the Answer Coalition and Breakthrough News. Like the reason why the PSL's front organizations are so well equipped is partially because of this guy. Okay? And I love it. I think it's great. I can't sing his praises enough. Revcom tactics? No, fuck no. No. It's ironic because I think the PSL and its establishment was supposed to be like a trot party, but it is quite literally a Leninist party now. But I think like when it was first established, it was supposed to be, yeah, you can't compare this to Revcom at all. Yeah. PSL is a strictly Marxist-Leninist party. Trots coming in hot to correct you that Trotskyism is Leninism. Stop. Cinephilia? That's so stupid. Anyway, funding network and allegations of Chinese government links, all this stuff. India's enforcement directorate named Singham a money laundering case, alleging that he was the source of $380 million, $5 million given to the Indian news site People's Dispatch between 2018 and 2021 to promote a pro-Chinese narrative in the Indian media. Of course, the Indian government is going to prosecute this guy. According to a May 2023 article, the Daily Beast, there are connections between Singham and an organization on the far left that promotes CCP talking points. God, it's so fucking funny the way that they write this shit. Including Breakthrough News, People's Dispatch, and other members of the International People's Media Network. The article said that there were overlapping personnel at a number of these organizations and media outlets without the actual office locations. The article says some members of Breakthrough News leadership is affiliated with the PSL. It's true. That is true. It's a front organization. I ain't got no issues with it. Great. They're making this sound scary. It's not. Okay. Yes, he's married to Jody Evans. In August 2023, the New York Times reported that Singham works closely with the Chinese government and state media and donates to various groups, news organizations, and entities through nonprofit groups and shell companies, which spread pro-Chinese government messages. Chinese state media accounts had retweeted people and organizations of Mr. Singham's network 122 times since February 2020. It's actually an interesting point. Yeah, they would never talk about the lobbying that capitalists do this way because, first of all, this is like a kindergartner level of lobbying and intricate ties in comparison to like the average American think tank. It's not even a question. This is not even a droplet. This is why I always say one singular billionaire cannot actually overcome capitalism. If that was the case, if that was the fucking case, then this would be the guy destroying capitalism. He's single-handedly doing it. So, following the August New York Times report, Marco Rubio asked the United States Department of Justice to open an investigation into entities related to Singham for potential violations of FARA. The Delhi police also opened an investigation into NewsClick. He lives in Shanghai, married to Code Pink co-founder Jody Evans. I love Code Pink. Shouts out to Code Pink, who has become pro-China after marrying Singham in 2017. Singham has also become a major donor to Code Pink, with organizations from his network providing around a quarter of the budget. His son, Nathan Singham, works for the Tricontinental Institute for Social Research, which he funds. You know, would joining a leftist party in Australia be worth it? I mean, there would be much consequences for my personal life and career. What would be the consequences? Homeland Security wants social media sites to expose anti-ICE accounts. Nice. Department has sent Google, Meta, and other companies hundreds of subpoenas for information on accounts that either track or comment on ICE officials and tech workers. What is this? Twitch is calling out Kick. Head of community at Twitch, Mary Chris, says 95/5 of bots is still $0. That's not even true. On Twitch, you subsidize Hassan Piker. Is this an Iranian transphobe? That's crazy. His name is Margbar the T-Slur. I'm not going to say it. Why? Yeah, I know Margbar means death too. Is that the guy who tortures his dog? No, that's the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kirsty Noem. And she didn't torture her dog. She killed her dog. That's different. You're mistaken. I forgot to finish this video. Let's do it.
You know, it's and I'll tell you this. I've seen politicians when they hear that Hassan is in the vicinity, and Democrat politicians, the way they want to be on that stream, they understand this. The people that don't understand this are people that don't want Hassan to have influence. That's
yes.
it.
This is people. I mean, Hassan is a proxy for them losing another fight.
Yep.
All of those people right now, we're thinking Zoran is going to be hated by now. And they're all the ones talking about, like, why is the snow still there in Manhattan? Yesterday was our first day above like 35 degrees, I think.
It's been crazy.
37.
I swear they're using the weather machines against Zoran.
It got warmer because Zoran caved.
Yeah.
Yeah. Taco Zoran.
They turned the freeze ray off.
The world is changing very fast right in front of us. The old world is gone, frankly. The world.
I love this. This is like Marco Rubio trying to say what Marx Carney said, which was already like a revamp of what Gramsci had said. Okay, I can see him like sticking his little tongue out trying to type this out on his phone. Like, the old world is gone. I think. I don't know.
I grew up in, and we live in a new era in geopolitics, and it's going to require all of us to sort of re-examine what that looks like and what our role is going to be. And we've had many of these conversations in private with many of our allies. We are our allies, and we need to continue to have those conversations. And I think Saturday, hopefully, in the meetings we'll have there, when we'll see them.
It is long gone.
Der Führungsanspruch der Vereinigten Staaten jedenfalls
is being challenged.
Vielleicht schon.
Perhaps it has already been
For 3
squandered.
generations. Trust amongst allies, partners and friends has made NATO the strongest alliance of all times. Europe knows deeply how precious this is. In the era of great power rivalry, even the United States.
The moment of unipolarity is gone. It was so good. It was so good when you gave us back the Eastern Deutschland so we can bring the Western Germans over there to buy out all the property and make the disgusting Eastern Germans basically slaves, yeah. Jawohl! It was so good. And now it's actually hurting us a little bit. Now we have the AfD. After decades of destruction, economic destruction, the Eastern Deutsche Front has turned into the Nazis, which of course are the pro-Palestinian people. That's what I'm talking about. Try not to make a German accent. Failed. Asmongold was right about what?
Will not be powerful enough to go it alone. Dear friends, being a part of NATO is not only Europe's competitive advantage, it's also the United States' competitive advantage. So let's repair and revive transatlantic trust together. We, the Europeans, we are doing our part.
Now to major news from Minneapolis, where border czar Tom Homan has announced ICE is pulling out of the city. Homan says they've arrested thousands in the surge operation, while local officials are still demanding investigations into the deaths of 2 American citizens there. And that is the backdrop of the fight on Capitol Hill. Democrats say they want accountability for ICE tactics, and they are holding up a funding bill because of that.
Oh, God. Oh my God. How do I even reply to this? What do you do? What do you say? Oh, baby. Democrats want accountability. Oh, joy. I like his suit, too. It's dapper. What is this? They just hit you with a community note? Pure BS. I don't give a fuck. Oh, my God. The neo-Nazi website has hit me with a community note. What will I do? I guess I'll just kill myself, chatter. Oh, no. Brother, there was a community note we saw on that fucking website the other day that was literally r/destiny. Okay? It was like they sourced it off of r/destiny. Have you noticed that the community notes have been packed up, by the way? Like nowadays, you don't even see it on half of the fucking AI, on half of the AI photos and shit like that. They don't even hit community notes anymore on that stuff. It's very frustrating. Why don't you muse like this anymore? What do you mean? I did muse like this morning. A while back, while I was on Twitter, one of those accounts on my feed posted a short clip from this old, oh shit, I think it literally has, oh God. Oh my God, it almost showed the clip. A while back, while I was on Twitter, one of these accounts on my feed posted a short clip from this old Chinese kung fu movie that I think is actually porn, where the Shaolin monk is like doing kung fu while having sex. And it's one of the most insane things I've ever seen on Twitter. And I had to immediately send it to Will. Unfortunately, by the time Will saw my text, the account had been fried by Twitter. I could never find it until today when someone posted about Chibi reviews, his fiance getting turned out by his best friend while he was doing lolly reviews. They posted the video. I was finally able to send it to Will. We might do a porn review of this cinematic masterpiece in the future. Okay? I don't know if you guys have seen it. It's one of the craziest things you will ever lay eyes on. Like the guy is literally flying and fucking at the same time. It's fucking awesome. I've seen it. It's hilarious. Yeah. Freaky Unk. This isn't like horny. I don't know how to describe it. This has nothing to do with horniness. Oh, damn. Hasanabi Productions. Hassan was advocating for the exact same things 10 years ago when Obama was still president. Prisoners for profit. What's going on in Yemen? And why aren't we talking about U.S. involvement? The Baltimore Police Department investigation proves the necessity of Black Lives Matter. Treatment of Snowden proves U.S. government doesn't care about your First Amendment. It's true. I've been at this game for a long fucking time, dude. Hassan's not gay. He's not an immigrant. He's a multi-millionaire who gets more views the worse things are. He has more benefit from a Trump-Vance presidency than 99.9% of Americans. True. He should be more grateful for the Democrats deliberately losing. True. Basil in 2026? I don't know who that is. Who's Basil? What is this? Candace is going there accusing Erica of grooming a 15-year-old? What? He's a firebomb a Walmart guy. He's the guy who did the firebomb a Walmart tweet. Also loves Israel. Oh. Wow. Imagine my surprise. Guy who loves Israel who blocked me talking big shit. It's also so fucking funny. It is so fucking funny that these guys constantly talk about like Hassan benefits tremendously from Trump being president. Like, please stop listening to him. Please stop listening to him. Please. Like, why are you listening to him? Why not me? Why not me instead? Is Loki not a crank thing either? There's actually solid evidence that Erica did in fact groom a 15-year-old. What the fuck? What?
Had received a large influx of emails because Baron Coleman had a bit of a viral episode regarding.
Is Erica Kirk the most compromised person on the planet? She's like a one-stop shop of Israel, dude. Every day there's a new thing that comes out and I'm like, nah. It's like one of those things where, you know, like how Israel will take conspiracies and turn them into reality. It's how I feel about Erica Kirk. Like, it's one of the craziest stories of all time. You're like, Erica Kirk done did it again. She was, you know, dating Charlie Kirk's best friend in 2016, and Charlie Kirk was literally playing basketball with him, and now Charlie Kirk's best friend is a part of the Turning Point USA conference, and you're like, haha, that's not real. And you're like, oh my God, that's literally real. How is that possible? How is that possible? They'll be like, it was kind of weird the way she reacted to the untimely demise of her husband and the father of her children. And then you're like, nah, you're being a little crazy. And then she does the Flair Works, right? The fucking, you know, crazy WWE style funeral proceedings. And you're like, okay, that's a little weird. I don't really understand what's going on. And then a couple months later down the line, you find out days after he died, she's like smiling and dialing about fucking selling selling t-shirts.
Damn, this guy's good.